Good morning. I hope y'all slept good. And by y'all, I mean me. I slept good. Welcome in, welcome in. How are you guys? Let's see who took my first today. First was yoinked by Ren. Oh my gosh, thank you so much for taking my first today, Ren. It makes me very, very happy that you could be my first. We've got Daily Pillow, we've got Ren, Jeremy, Alex, Coffee, Vertexy Alley, and Dee. Welcome in, welcome in. We're playing a new visual novel. This one actually just came out like 2 days ago, actually. It came out on the 13th. But the dev emailed me and they're like, hey, I made a visual novel. If you want to play, you know. And they're like, it's a mystery visual novel about like, you know, figuring out the truth. And I was like, oh. And you know me, I'm a slut for visual novels. All types of visual novels. So we're gonna see. This one apparently has a little sprinkling of het romance in it too. So a little change of pace, if you will. with the occasional straight romance on my channel. yeah. So I'm hyped for it. I'm hyped. Yeah, we're gonna play it and we're gonna see what the truth is in remembering Emily. So let's start. Have you ever wondered if you're asleep or awake? If you're living a dream? From that day, since Emily's death, I can't stop feeling this way. Oh damn, bro's disassociating. That's what it is. Oh my god, she got isekai'd. Frame 1. Not even the main character. Oh my god, imagine an anime from the perspective of somebody else in the real world who doesn't know that you're in another world. She's out there living her best mage fantasy life, and we're over here trying to solve the truth to her death. A tragic accident in the city center. A 25-year-old woman was hit by a car while she was fleeing from her assailant. Thomas, are you all right? Yes, I'm sorry. I don't think I'm ready to talk about it yet. That's understandable, Thomas. Every time we try to get to the bottom of this, you find it impossible to continue. I guess I'm afraid of looking insensitive, or that I didn't have any feelings for Emily. If you hadn't felt anything, you wouldn't be going through this. Damn, bro, we at the psych office. Oh no, dude, you know she's crazy. She's got her books organized by fucking color coding, dude. I can't trust anybody who has their books organized by color. That's fucked up. That's wrong. Nor would you be here. Would you like to talk about her now? Yes, I think I'm ready. What was Emily like? Emily was a person I could never figure out. You could tell she hadn't had a good life for sure. And when I met her, she was suffering a lot. Emily was stunning. Every time I saw her, I couldn't think about anything else. Even at times when I wanted to escape from her side at all costs. Oh my god. Would you say it was love? I would rather not answer that question right now. Damn, bro. Oh shit. I wonder if she was like abusive. We'll see. Of course, let's go step by step. I never met anyone like Emily before, that's for sure. Anyway, Thomas, as far as I know, you never had a great relationship with Emily. You say that because we didn't spend a great deal of time together, don't you? Yes, exactly. from my reports, when you talk about Emily, you always point to really short periods of time. So far, so far, we have only talked about isolated moments and somewhat... Oh, no, it is her. So far, we've only talked about isolated moments and somewhat abstract emotions about Emily. Still, I would say that the time you were with her was not very long. Probably only a few months? Yeah, more or less. I must admit that even though it may seem like a very short time, it was very intense. I'm starting to formulate my theories in my mind. What if it was like they were dating for like a very short period of time and it was really intense, but it was also, I don't know, she could have been abusive to him, man. Oh no, we'll see. But so far, that's my theory. We'll adjust it as more evidence comes out. It's interesting that you use the word intense. Intense in what way, Thomas? Imagine we were the one that Emily was running from that got her into a car accident. It's just a theory. A game theory. Because of the excitement, the confusion, or the anguish? Everything at the same time. With Emily, there was never a middle ground. It was all or nothing, light or darkness, absolute happiness or unbearable despair. That sounds exhausting. It was. But it was also addictive. When I was with her, I felt like everything in my life had faded away. As if nothing mattered more than the moment she looked at me. Yeah, this is sounding a little bit like she's very controlling. We'll see. I'm still formulating my theories. I got the cork board up. Although sometimes that same intensity made me want to run away. Run away? You've said that before. Indeed. Why did you want to run away from Emily, Thomas? I don't know. Or maybe I do know, but I don't want to admit it. Why don't you want to admit it? Because then I'd have to accept that Emily just wasn't what I wanted to see in her. And what was it that you didn't want to see? Thomas, I know this is difficult, but if you're here, it's because you need to face those feelings. You can't keep running away inside your own mind. I know, but everything still feels so real. Sometimes I have the feeling that there's something that eludes me, as if there were pieces of a puzzle that I can't see. This is something that, at some point, you wanted to do. Because you felt you needed it. Yes. I wanted to forget. To be able to forget, first you need to understand. How is that possible that our story was so short, but left such a deep impression on me? Because emotions do not understand about time, but the impact they have on us. And from what I can see, Emily had a profound impact on you. She did. Then perhaps we should go back to the beginning. How did you meet Emily? And how did you kill her? Oh shit. Let's figure it out, gang. Oh my god. Okay. But do we know for a fact that he killed her? Like, do we really know for certain? Maybe the psychiatrist is gaslighting us. Because I feel like they wouldn't actually straight up say that in therapy. Like if they're trying to get you, because okay, the mind, especially when your memories are very fragile like this, the mind is very influenceable, right? There was like a psychological study where they had like two different groups for a trial, and they showed them the same video of like a minor crash between a vehicle and a cyclist, right? And in the first one, when they described the video to the group of people watching, they said that it was just they said what it is. They said that it was a minor crash, and they didn't use any excessive language, right? But in the second one, they said that the car slammed into the cyclist and stuff like that, even though it's the same video. And the people who were listening to the exaggerated description ended up seeing it as more violent than it actually was, and interpreted it that way, and then even remembered it as more violent than it actually was, even though both groups saw the same video. So the mind is very easily influenced, especially your memories. You have to be careful. You're looking different, more oblong. Yeah. Also, hi, Jacob. Welcome in. Hi, Wombat. It could be not the real therapist. That's what Thomas thinks she's saying. Guilt thinks that this is fault. We don't know. I don't know. I guess we'll see. We'll see. But so far, my running theory is they were dating. They were together. It was a very intense relationship. And that Emily may have been abusive to him. And this was him, like, freaking out and lashing out, trying to get away. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. That's how I'm interpreting it right now. We'll see. Chapter 1. First contact. If I saw the video, I'd say, is the cyclist European? I bet they got soft hands. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. The sky woke up gray that day. Cars passed slowly, as if no one was in a hurry to get anywhere. That day, the city had awoken earlier than usual. The cafe had a perfume of freshly ground coffee and wet clothes. The perfume of wet clothes. Oh, to wet clothes. Almost all the tables were taken. Steam marks from the mugs were drawn on the window panes, as usual. But that day, there was something different. There she was, without a worry in the world, but beautiful as always. I could have never imagined that such an absurd confusion would lead me to talk to her. Americano with coconut milk. Ready. It's not really an Americano, then, if you're adding milk to it. Just a coconut milk latte, watered down. What? Okay, anyway. I'm getting a little too crazy with it. I'm getting a little too immersed. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw someone approaching me. Confident, as if she was going straight for the coffee. I didn't think too much. I tried to go ahead and pick up the coffee, perhaps by reflex, or to avoid the awkward moment of having to explain to a stranger that she had the wrong coffee. Who would order an Americano with coconut milk beside me? Yeah, because that's fucking wrong. That's an incorrect order. What I didn't expect was that she was going to pick it up before me. And even less, that she thought I was the one who was wrong. Sorry, that's my coffee. I think you're mistaken. What do you mean yours? They didn't call a name. And you came straight for it. Yeah, it's just, I ordered an Americano with coconut milk. Exactly what you have in your hand. So did I. And when they said it, I didn't hesitate because, come on. Who else would order something like this? Oh my god, they're bonding over the fact they have a wrong coffee order, dude. Incorrect coffee order. That's not an order. No one, no one. Yeah. That's true. I didn't hesitate either. When I heard it, I got up without thinking, and here we are. Well, well. A great way to start the day. Someone trying to steal my coffee without saying a word. Not even good morning. My bad. Really, it wasn't like that. It's okay. It may have been a misunderstanding. I guess. It was. Nothing but a misunderstanding. Although, it goes without saying that the coincidence is a bit odd. Maybe they aren't bonding and she's just lying to make it seem like they have similar tastes. Oh my gosh. That's crazy. But like, okay, hear me out though. That's like serial killer behavior. Quite a lot. Because I don't know anyone else who takes it that way. Or she's just stealing. Yeah, she's like, I just really want a free coffee. If I bat my eyes at the right person, maybe. Maybe I could get a free coffee. Mood though, honestly. Up until now. Okay, sorry for jumping the gun. It's just, I don't know. I'm quite jumpy lately and this caught me off guard. Hey, we learned about serial killer behavior yesterday. Yeah, we did, class. Yeah. Yeah, she's being a little too suave with it right now. I get it. Had it been me who grabbed the coffee first, I would be you right now. Well, at least we have good taste, don't we? Calling me a serial killer when I walk downtown in the bad part and say, how do you do, fella? No, behave. Behave, forcing, behave. So it seems. Americano with coconut milk. There we go, there's the other one. There's the missing one. Seriously, you're the first person I've ever met to order this. Yeah, because nobody would order it like that. If you're adding milk to it, it's not an Americano, bro. Like, okay, no coincidence. Because it doesn't excite. I feel like I'm going crazy. I usually get funny looks when I order it. The truth is, I've never tried it. Then why did you order it? I saw it on Reddit. A reply on a post about rare coffees. It came up as suggested just this morning. It caught my attention. Rare coffee. That's because it's not a real coffee order. I'm so upset. I feel like I need to Google this just to make. Do we have any baristas in chat? Is an Americano with coconut milk a real thing you can get? Americano is when it's made in America. Like, I mean, Americano is just is espresso and water. It's basically like a slightly different version of drip coffee. I used to work as a barista, so I'm not crazy. Yeah. Because if you're adding milk to it, then it's just like a latte or like a macchiato, or, you know, like it changes to a different drip coffee. A drip coffee is whenever it's from like a drip filter, like a classic coffee. When you get like a coffee maker, that's drip coffee. Yeah. Versus espresso, which uses pressure to basically like hyper extract a concentrated coffee. A lot of coffee shops use espresso and then water it down, or, you know, milk it down. Yeah, she's stalking him and purposely ordering the same thing to get an in. Oh my god. We call it a long black, but yeah, it's just coffee and water. Yeah, a lot of places call it an Americano. I don't know why. I don't think I've ever seen a fucking American drink it. But it's apparently really fucking popular in South Korea. Americanos are a really popular beverage for some reason. I'm like, why? Why do you want watered down espresso, dude? The fuck? What is wrong with you? I don't know. I could still be stalking and said that when they ordered, I have what they're having. I'll never order a latte or cappuccino, but I'm learning a lot about coffee right now. Yeah, I love coffee. I love coffee. It's really, really yummy, dude. Whenever I used to go to my local cafe, whenever I'd order coffee, I would just order what I called the just fuck me up fam. So I'd go up to the counter and be like, just fuck me up, man. And so that would consist of a grande, aka like a medium-sized cup, of iced and something containing coffee. So as long as it was cold and had coffee and it was in a medium size, they could give me literally fucking anything. And I've had a variety of coffee drinks because of it. There was one where she made like a chocolate latte, and then she made like a strawberry whipped foam to put on top. So it was like a chocolate covered strawberry type of vibe. That one was really fun and really neat. There was also one where they put a shot of every single flavor syrup and every single type of milk into the cup to make the ultimate amalgamation latte. And it was every flavor syrup. So it had like hazelnut and mint and and like brown sugar. And it was like 20 different flavors of flavor syrup. And it also had like almond milk and oat milk and regular milk and soy milk all combined. It was drinkable. I could drink it. It didn't go to waste. But it was also like, wow, that's fucking weird, dude. Was it good? No, it was I wouldn't order it again. But like I drank it all. And that's all that matters. It wasn't gross, it just wasn't god tier, you know? But yeah. Really an excuse for the barista to express their brewing creativity. Yeah, they had fun with it, dude. Yeah, they were chill with it. There was like one guy, it was so funny. One guy, I was like, yeah, just anything. And he just got me a straight black iced Americano. And he was like, is this fine? Is this okay? I'm like, yeah, it's fine. I said as long as it was ice and it had coffee. And I drank it. I was like, yeah. This is just watered down espresso. That's all it is. I still drank it all. But it was very funny. But I will say, those like black coffee and like the Americanos tend to pair really well if you're buying a really, really sweet dessert, right? Because they usually sell like little desserts at the cafe too. So I'll usually get like one of those like turnovers or like a sweet pastry, like something like really, really sweet. And then they offset each other, because then the pastry is too sweet on its own, but then the coffee is too bitter on its own. So whenever you drink and eat at the same time, it mellows out nicely. It's very refreshing. Yeah, that's the secret if you do want to drink black coffee. That's why an affogato exists. Oh, I love affogato, dude. Affogato is so yummy. Is so yummy. You drink 4 Nas on the second day. Oh my god, that's not good. That's you gotta be careful. Caffeine overdose is real, man. You gotta be careful. Anyway. So it was really because of a comment on Reddit? Yeah. I was struck by whoever wrote it. Wait, can I see the comment? Oh my god, it was his comment on Reddit. Of course. Look at that. Am I the only one who drinks Americano with coconut milk? I couldn't believe what I was seeing. This comment is mine. What? Thomas Dev, that's my username. I wrote this months ago. Are you kidding me? No, really, it can't be. Oh my god, she's stalking his social media now. This comment's why I'm here. This is too weird. It's as if Reddit's algorithm decided our paths had to cross today. Or as if you'd left a clue for me to find you. I said. And you followed it? You followed me? You followed me here? Into this cafe? It looks like it. I guess I like trying new things. Sometimes the first thing that catches my eye ends up being the best thing of my day. She's totally stalking him. I don't believe it was a coincidence. I know, dude. That doesn't usually happen to me. I tend to stick with what I already know. Oh my god. And yet you order this. We all have an exception. This is mine. Didn't she say your comment? Yeah. I like that. Exceptions say more about a person than rules. Do you have any? Oh my god, don't tell me she's about to manic pixie dream girl out over here. She wanted to be like, I like to order a fresh cup of whipped cream so I can feed it at the local dog shelter before I go dancing in the rain with them. Because it reminds me that I'm not too far away from being a dog myself. There's some bullshit like that. I think this conversation. You remember Emily? I'm remembering her right now. As we speak, this is a memory. And shall we sit down to drink it? I kind of feel bad after talking to you like that. Yeah, sure, why not? I could have said I was in a hurry. I could have just walked away. But something about her, the way she looked at me as if she already knew me. Wee woo, wee woo. That is a fucking red alarm, dude. That made you stay. That should have made you run away. She's looking at you like she already knows you and you just met. After she found your Reddit comment on a thread, ordering the exact same coffee as you at the exact same coffee shop as you. Because nowhere in that comment did it say anything about the coffee shop you're at. So I think you should run. Yeah, she's wearing red, bro. She's wearing red. She is a walking red flag. Reminds me, I saw a Reddit post of a girl whose boyfriend got drunk and revealed that he stalked her for months and then staged a meet cute to date her. That is horrifying. That is absolutely fucking horrifying. Maybe this is this is like a gender bend version of that, maybe. Also, hi, Sammy. Welcome in. Yeah, you people gotta start picking up on these red flags faster. Sorry again, I haven't even asked your name. Oh, oops, sorry again, I haven't even asked your name. I'm Emily. Yeah, she didn't need to say because she knew his name already. I was about to say, it wasn't his username. It completely slipped my mind as well. Thomas. It isn't the most common way to meet someone. It isn't indeed. What do you do, Emily? Right now? I'm in between jobs. I'm doing stuff here and there, helping out with, well, things. A little bit of everything. I wouldn't know how to explain it very well either. What about you? Also, who the fuck puts their real name on a Reddit account, Thomas? See, you say that, Ren, but normies do that. Normies absolutely do use their real name for their usernames. So you say who would do that, but actually, a lot of people do that. I work in software development. Today, supposedly, I had to be at the office half an hour ago. Supposedly? Supposedly. I mean, I was supposed to be there a while ago. But it's not like there's a parade waiting for me either. I'm not indispensable. I can be late one day. Can I? Do you usually take things so calmly? Yeah, they use their whole name, home address, and social security number in their usernames, yeah. Normie software developer is a paradox. You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. If it's either look, some of the best software developers you will ever know are either trans women or really, really, really fucking normal guys. There is no in between. Only when I have a good reason. Is this one? I don't know. I guess I just got a little carried away. It's not so common in me. And this, it's not bad at all. I'm glad to hear that. It's not always easy to get someone to stay when they should clearly be somewhere else. The ones I've met are all weebs. Well, I mean, you can be a little bit of a weeb and still be a software developer. All my software engineering friends are weebs, but I'm also a weeb myself, so I tend to draw that crowd to me. At that very moment, I got a call from work. I didn't know whether to answer the phone. How many times you meet someone and connect immediately? Aren't you gonna answer the phone? It's from work. Emily leaned towards the phone with a serious expression on her face. Thomas? Yes, sorry. You were telling me you'd received a phone call while you were talking to Emily? Right, yeah. What happened next? Emily answered the phone for me. Okay, take it from there. Emily picked up the phone before I could react and answered in a neutral voice. Hello, good morning, Nurse Mia speaking. I'm talking to you from the General Hospital. Mr. Thomas will not be able to attend today. He has a small accident. No, it's not serious, but he needs to rest. Yes, of course. Thank you for your understanding. What did you do? I saved you a lot of trouble. Or did you want to tell them the truth? No, but... Trust me. I guess now I have no choice but to lie to them tomorrow as well. I'll come up with something. Anything. You know, you don't look like someone who lies. Well, maybe because I'm not used to doing it. Well, it doesn't look like it. I guess you have to adapt to the circumstances. She's lying to his workplace upon meeting. That's a red flag. I know, dude. She is a walking red flag, alright? We'll see how it goes, but, like, so far, my theory feels like it's holding a lot of water right now. Sometimes those circumstances say more than anything else. Maybe. Any regrets? I don't know yet. I guess I'll find out soon enough. And yet, you don't seem too upset. I guess not. I felt like being here. I still don't know what exactly happened that day. What I do know is that time just flew. And time did not stop with Emily in that cafe. And all because of a post on Reddit. It's weird, isn't it? Talking to someone like that all of a sudden. Without having planned it. That doesn't happen every day. It reminds me of a game. What was it called? An adventure game where the characters meet another character in an abandoned station. Without knowing why, they start to talk as if they'd known each other their whole lives. Yeah, Reddit. Hi, Yummy. Welcome in. Bridges of Nowhere? That's the one. I thought a few people only knew about it. It is one of my favorites. That scene. Oh my god, bro. She's even bringing up books that he knows. Dude. And it's a book that not everybody knows, apparently. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding? I'm leaving. This is such a stalker behavior. Am I crazy? Am I crazy? We were literally just talking about if you're too fucking slick with it on a date, they're gonna think you're a serial killer. Brother, this guy has no sense of self-preservation. I guess he does, because he ended up killing her, I guess. But it was probably out of self-defense at this point. So in this case, Reddit is a stand-in for Reddit, yeah. Yeah, those two examples aren't up. They're just fake names from McDonald's and Disneyland. The anime art games use so you can have a recognizable location without using the actual brand, with a little wink to the nod to the audience. Yeah, I know, Thomas. Get the fuck out of there, dude. I know. To be fair, if someone started talking to me about Kino no Tabi, I'd also be like, oh my god, you know I didn't like that. Well, yeah, I've seen that too, but there would have to be like some sort of segue that would like make sense. We'd have to already be talking about anime in order for me to talk about Kino's journey, dude. Like, I'm not just gonna randomly start bringing up Kino's journey and then it turns out the person's a massive fan if we haven't at least brought up similar topics of like anime and like, you know, fantasy anime and stuff like that. She's bringing up this book out of nowhere. Same here. That's why it sprang to mind. It feels a bit like that, don't you think? A little, yes. Between the coffee and that game, it feels as if I've known you my whole life. It's not something you say every day. It's also quite unusual for two strangers to talk so much over something as silly as coffee. And about a game that almost nobody's played. Exactly. If this were a story, it would seem like your typical excuse for the main characters to meet. Thomas, you're gonna fucking die, dude. Maybe it is. It all feels familiar. As if we'd talked before. I don't know. I have that feeling. I feel something similar. Do you? Yeah, I don't know if it's just what you're saying or if it's that it's quite rare to have so many things in common with someone. It's as if... As if... Well, the coffee thing, for starters. Yeah, wee woo, wee woo, wee woo. It's not a very common choice. And that game you mentioned, it's not exactly popular either. I spent hours playing video games. Although lately I just browse Steam looking for indie games that catch my attention. Have you played The Forgotten Echo? I got the ending in which the character stays in the house, waiting for the other person to return. As far as I remember, he leaves the house alone in that ending, just as it starts to rain. He leaves without looking back and without expecting it. Oh, really? I could have sworn it was the other way around. It is a strange scene. Silent, but he leaves without expecting it. It's easy to get confused. Like any indie game, I guess. I played it not so long ago. It left a really deep impression on me. I thought so. I could tell by the way you talked about it. It's as if I already know things about you without you telling me. Wee woo, wee woo. Hello, Thomas. Thomas, hello. Knock, knock. Anybody in there? Anybody in that brain of yours? Where's your self-preservation instinct, brother? Are you fucking listening right now? If somebody said that shit to me on the day, I'd be like, my mom's calling me. I gotta go home now. Are you fucking kidding me? That's a little scary. Oh, okay. Now. A little bit. But it's also weird, as if we've had this conversation before. Is Thomas colorblind because that flag ain't green? I know, dude. As if you've lived it before? Oh my god, past live bullshit too? It's like a fucking cult, dude. She's getting in your mind. She's mind fucking you. Exactly. But it's not possible, is it? It could have been a dream. Am I so important that you can only imagine talking to me in a dream? I couldn't help but smile. But within me, I did think that being with someone like her could only be possible in a dream. Then it must be a coincidence. Or destiny. Brother, oh no. Oh, brother. This guy stinks. Thomas, what are you doing? Maybe. I lost track of time. And if that hadn't been for what happened, I would have surely been there with Emily much longer. Doesn't it happen to you sometimes? What is it? As if we were following the script of a movie that no one had seen until today. What if we were? Then I'd like to read it, or at least know where the story leads. Is that the kind of stories you usually read? Not really. I usually read science fiction. Plots with weird futures, parallel universes, things where the real is confused with the imaginary. Ooh. I wonder if this is a little bit of a Chekhov's gun, if you will. Right now, this is basically like two parallel universes because there's two complementary endings to this story. So you're supposed to play basically both endings in order to get like the full picture of everything. And so as you go through and you pick the different options, it reveals a different scene of things. So now I'm like, Parallel universes. The real is confused with imaginary. I think that's a little hint from the writer, you know? She's totally scripted this meeting, not in the Tism scripting way, but in the serial killer stalker way. Yeah, agreed. Agreed, 100%. Like this? This conversation, this moment, this coincidence. I can't say. Sometimes I have the feeling that I'm not where I should be. And where should you be? I don't know. Me neither. I guess, being honest, at this hour, I should be in a Japanese restaurant eating ramen. That's what I usually do on Tuesdays when I don't have meetings at this time. Do you like ramen? I mean, who doesn't like ramen? Also, hi, Nordy. Welcome in. We're cozying up to a potential stalker / serial killer who we're gonna end up turning the tables on, apparently, because we killed her. We're recollecting our memories of why we killed her. The real thing, not the pre-cooked. I always go to the one on Phoenix Street. I love it. Really? Me too. Well, I used to go. Do you order the spicy miso? I swear to God, if he says that, yes, the spicy miso is his favorite, I'm gonna flip my shit, dude. How do you know it, motherfucker? She's a stalker. She's stalking you, brother. Is it not? Oh, I'm starting to think the murder was self-defense. First, she orders the exact same fake-ass coffee order from you after she found your Reddit comment post about that coffee order at the same cafe as you, which you did not specify in your coffee post, right? And then, of course, my roommate's making a fucking smoothie right now. And then, as you're talking, she mentions your favorite video game and just casually drops your favorite video game. And now she's casually dropping this fucking... I can hear my roommate blending. Brother, why? Why do you need to use a blender right now? It is almost midnight. Anyway, and then you start talking about ramen, and she happens to mention the exact fucking order that you like to order whenever you get your ramen. Like, come on. This is a serial killer, dude. This is a stalker. This is every red flag in the book has gone up in my head. I would be leaving right now. I would have left like 20 minutes ago, but I would definitely be leaving right now. I'd be like, maybe she's part of him that split off and they got too much in common. Oh my God, it's like an amoeba splitting apart. His ass went through mitosis and now he's getting seduced by his other half. She's totally hacking Thomas's phone as we speak. I know, it's giving me the ultimate red flags, dude. This is everything to avoid in a date. Yeah, Shimadere style. Yeah, exactly. I had a feeling. Feeling because you stalked his social media? Is that what the feeling is, Emily? You're starting to scare me. Yeah, you should be scared. Thomas, that little voice in your head, that is your instinct, right? That is your protective instinct to keep yourself safe. We've developed it, we've honed it over thousands of years in order to protect ourselves from dying, okay? Maybe listen to it. Okay? So it'd be a much shorter game if he did, though. relax. I haven't said I know your last name yet. Does she know my last name? Do you know? No. She's lying. She's lying. She knows. She knows. Really? No, I promise. No, she's lying. I don't fucking believe it. I was like looking myself in a slightly distorted mirror. Every time she spoke, I felt like I was discovering something about myself that I didn't remember sharing. Is it Devlin or Devon? Oh, I think he put Thomas Dev at the end because he's a developer. He's a software developer. You know how they like to put Dev at the end of their usernames? It wasn't uncomfortable, but it wasn't normal either. Would you like another coffee? No, I think a strange one a day is enough. What if I order the same one tomorrow? Then I'll come again. What if I order it every day? Then I'll have to come back every day. I enjoy talking to you, you know? I wouldn't have said that when you almost knocked the coffee out of my hands. I guess I have a hard time being myself with strangers. But today, I don't know. Sometimes the most natural conversations are the ones you don't plan. Except he absolutely, like, she planned this to a T. Dude, she had this whole thing, this whole scene scripted out in her head like 3 weeks ago. Yes, and sometimes they're the ones that hurt the most when they're over. Is there something wrong? No, I hate that sound. I've always hated it. That's the sound of the police arriving at my door after they find the next murdered body, and I have to find a new identity for myself and leave. Sirens? They make me feel like something's about to explode. I had to leave a long time ago. You know, that whole former identity thing, after I was initially caught by the police for manslaughter. Are you in a hurry? Yes, I mean, no. But yes, I shouldn't be here. At least, not so long. I'm sorry, really. It was an unexpected chat. But a good one. The police are closing into my location, though, so I need to move. A really good conversation, though. Emily, are you sure you're okay? I'm fine. It's just, I can't stay. At that moment, her purse opened for an instant in front of my eyes. Brother! Brother, what? What? I didn't notice it at first. It was in the blink of an eye, but I saw it. A gun inside the bag, as if carrying that around was as normal as lipstick or a notebook. I have to go now, but I'm glad I met you. Take care of yourself, okay? And just like that, she left. I can get permits for that, I thought. Yeah, concealed carry permit. But does the game say what country they're in? It does not, but the developer is from Latin America. I do know that. I don't remember where exactly the developer's from. I just know from Latin America because they have like 2 versions of Spanish for this translation. There's English and then like 2 different versions of Spanish. So and just like that, she left. As if that conversation hadn't happened. As if she hadn't left me with 1,000 unanswered questions. And then you came back? Latin America magic, yeah! Thomas, what happened to make Emily leave the cafe? Honestly, I don't know. Everything happened very fast, but the moment she heard the sirens, her face changed. Do you think they were looking for her? That was my first thought. Yeah, I think that would be anyone's first thought. I understand that it was motivated by what you saw in her purse. Indeed. Were you afraid when you saw the gun? I did at first, but not because I thought I was sitting with a murderer or a thief. Bitch, I would be thinking I was sitting with a murderer or a thief. Are you... Jesus. Jesus, Thomas. Jesus. I'm surprised you haven't been robbed in broad daylight before. Instead, because it seemed that everything she had told me up to that point might have been a lie. It's a gun in disguise. Nah, that's a fucking gun, dude. That is... that's a pistol, bro. That's a revolver. She just totally killed someone and ran away after establishing an alibi. Yeah, 100%. As if that conversation had been a sham? Exactly. She seemed like a normal girl up until that point. But when I saw that, everything I used to think of her changed. Lighter in the form of a gun. Oh my god. That'd be so fucking crazy if it's actually just like one of those like shitty joke lighters. That's how you get shot though, dude. Somebody else is gonna see that and think it's a real gun and shoot her. Like, there's a certain point before you bring that shit in your purse, dude. But when I saw that, everything I used to think of her changed. But even so, you would have wanted to keep chatting with her after seeing that in her purse? What the fuck is wrong with you, Thomas? Clearly this is the reason why you're here in my psychiatrist office. God damn. I'm not here to judge you. At least not out loud. I simply want to help you. I would have continued chatting with her that day, hands down. Even with that thing in her bag. Did the police come into the cafe? Yeah, it was very weird. They were driving with sirens on down the street, but then they parked near the cafe and went in. Thomas, I diagnosed you with a lack of survival instinct. Yeah, dude, I know. Did they see Emily? I guess. They passed by her at the entrance. She was going out and they were coming in. The police officers talked to the waiters and left the premises pretty quickly. So, at least it's clear that they were not looking for her, unless they didn't know what she looked like. They just knew they were after a killer, but they wouldn't think that some pretty girl was the killer. It's the misogyny. It looks like it. So, after that conversation, didn't you wonder why she was carrying a gun? Emily told me she hadn't had an easy life. She ran away from home when she was quite young and came to the city without knowing how to make a living. So Emily was living on the streets when she was a minor? She didn't disclose any details. I was already surprised that she told me something so private when I just met her. But she didn't want to go into it any further. Naturally, I respected her boundaries. I'm not sure I would have shared something like that with a stranger so quickly. So, taking that into account, it's only logical to think that Emily was used to taking care of herself. Thomas is the culprit playing stupid. See, the thing is, Black Rabbit, is the very beginning of the game. Noah is the psychiatrist here. She's diving into this with us to determine why we killed her. She says, we're going to figure out, why did you kill Emily? So he is a culprit. In a different murder. Just maybe not this one. But Emily's sus as hell. And that she thought of the gun as self-defense. Especially if she was a child when she arrived in the city. If she was able to get her hands on a gun at the time, it stands to reason that it would help her feel safe. Thomas, I've had all kinds of cases in my practice. And Emily's case is a fairly common one. Not with the gun, of course, but people who have gone through complex circumstances. Their lives may even been in danger. Up to this day, they cannot sleep without holding a knife or something that makes them feel safe. Yeah, I sleep with a knife on my bedside table. for personal reasons. But I get that. I've gotten better. I can sleep without having to lock my door, which is nice. I've gotten better over the years, but yeah, no, I used to sleep with it directly under my pillow, my pocket knife under my pillow. Now I just sleep with it on my bedside table. It makes sense, of course, but when I saw the gun, it was hard for me to think about it that way. The opposite would have been strange. Was there anything in Emily's conversation that led you to think she had not overcome her past? When we sat down in the cafe, I asked Emily what she did for a living. I remember you mentioning it. She was quite elusive on the subject from what you said. She was at first, but then I was able to find out little by little what she really was. What did she do? From what I could gather, she worked in some kind of social services department. She told me that she helped other people who had gone through the same thing she had. Oh my god. You have a local belief that you can put a secured pair of scissors under your bed to chase away evil nightmare spirits. It's close enough to a weapon. Yeah, I'll count that. She told me about girls who have been rejected by the people they love most. She was trying to help them get their lives back on track. It's clear that she hadn't been able to forget her past. As time went on, I understood that the gun was her only way to know that if something like that happened again, she would have a safeguard. This explains to some extent why she didn't want to tell you what she did for a living at first. I guess so. Even when she brought it up, she was vague about it. As if she was trying to open up to you through her work. I guess. The truth is, she was avoiding the topic and I didn't want to make her uncomfortable. She's totally an assassin. After all, I just met her. This is normal. But even so, Emily decided to open up to you. Indeed. But in the end, we mostly talked about video games and such. What did you talk about? As she told me, Emily divided her day-to-day life into video games, reading, and photography. Was Emily a photographer? Apparently, her dream was to be a freelance nature photographer. It seems that Emily was a box full of surprises. Every time she spoke, it seemed like I was going to discover a new trait that made me want to get to know her more. Yeah, she helps others like her by eliminating the criminals. Yeah. Hi, Jeannie. Welcome in. Didn't she like her job at the time? From what she told me, she wanted to move on from what she was doing. Now that we've talked about it, and after learning what she was hiding, everything makes so much more sense. As I told you, people have different ways of overcoming their past. In Emily's case, helping others like her could almost be therapeutic. But now she needs to step away and end that traumatic stage of her life. The curious thing is that she decided that photography was the best way to achieve that goal. Why? Although I'm in software development and it's not really my area, I think embarking on something like this without previous experience can make it really hard to make a living out of it. But Emily, from what you told me, was a resourceful person. Of course, as we talked, she seemed to know a little bit about everything. You could talk to her about the latest indie video game that was causing a sensation, or a scientific curiosity you'd seen on YouTube. But you told me there were elements that didn't add up for you about that, didn't you? There were times, like when we talked about a specific video game, that it seemed as if she didn't really know what she was talking about. Like when you told me she made a mistake with the ending of the game, right? Exactly. Maybe you were exaggerating it a bit, Thomas? Hello? Is she gaslighting us right now? After all, we can all make mistakes. Yeah, of course, but you wouldn't forget the very distinct ending to a video game. There are topics where passions get the best of me. And maybe fear too. It's true that when I listen to passionate people talking about ideas or projects, I feel as if everyone was jumping into the abyss. I envy them for being able to do that. Do you think that doing anything differently can put you in danger? Ever since I was young, I've tried not to stray too far from what it expected of me. That's why I've always tried to take the safest path. When it comes to matters of the heart, that may not be the best. But you also make sure that you won't be rejected. Nor loved. It was that feeling that made me think that it could be my chance. Emily was everything I asked for and someone to share my life with. And that's why, despite everything, I decided to stay after the call from work. When you called from work, why exactly didn't you leave? Didn't you feel that fear that you were telling me about before? I thought about it, but it was difficult to make a clear judgment. Everything was too perfect. I thought, what if fear boycotts me again? Didn't you think you had the right to take at least one risk in your life? Maybe. It surprised me that I ended up taking that risk. Even when it jeopardized your job? We're talking about a stranger snatching your phone on an important call. That moment was possibly one of the most disconcerting in my encounter with Emily. Almost at the same level as when I saw the revolver. I knew for sure that impulse, that attitude was not normal. Did you realize you were ignoring the red flag? Thank God. Okay, so somebody's pointing it out. Somebody is pointing it out fucking finally. Completely. But I decided to think that it would probably be a one-time thing. Everyone has something to hide, something they don't show at first. But in her case, what was she hiding? Oh, what she was hiding was much bigger. Yeah, it was. And yet, I was attracted to it. Oh my God, he's one of those motherfuckers that writes love letters to serial killers in prison, isn't he? I don't quite understand it, but it was like that. And if you were able to go back into that moment, would you act differently? I don't know. I want to believe I would, but part of me still thinks I would have stayed anyway. I can fix her. You can't, bro. Because something inside of me wanted to uncover all of her mysteries. Even if it meant putting yourself at risk. Even if it meant that. There's something that strikes me, Thomas. Your way of condoning her. You look for plausible explanations. It makes me think you hadn't experienced something like this before. A relationship. You're a fucking virgin, aren't you, Thomas? No, never. Not even close. Have you had many relationships? None that really made a difference. That's why, because of that lack of experience, everything seemed more difficult for me to figure out. Do you think that influenced your decision to stay? She called him maidenless, dude, yeah. A lot. I had nothing to compare it to. I didn't know what was normal and what wasn't. And part of me thought, give it a chance, this might be your story. Your only story? Maybe. That's what I thought at the time. Holding on to a story just because you're afraid you won't have another one. I know. Now I can see it from a different point of view. But in that very moment, it was all I had. Earlier, you implied the importance of fate. That belief is something was bound to happen, it would happen. Yeah, your horror story. Yeah, at that moment I said to myself, don't insist, don't force anything. It seemed to me the easy way out. The next day I would face the consequences, but at that moment I was happy. Every second, even when she left the cafe, I kept waiting, thinking that maybe she would come back, that there would be another chance. And what did you do the next day? I didn't go to the cafe. Why? I had to take some distance. Or at least that's what I told myself. I made up excuses, work, tiredness, but the truth is, although I could try to justify what I saw, I was scared. As I told you, I'm not one to take risks lightly if I stop to consider them calmly. How long did it take for you to come back? 1 week. A whole week. But during those days, I thought of nothing else. And when you came back, I didn't stop going. Every day. Even at weekends. Were you hoping to see her? More than that. I was going because I needed to see her. I didn't know why, but I needed her. Did you change your routine because of it? I requested to work from home, just to spend more time over there. I sat in the same place at the same time, and every time the door would open, I hoped that it was her. Thomas, I want to ask you again something that you didn't want to answer at first. If you're ready, I think it would be a great step. When did you know you were in love with Emily? I think that it was when she pointed that gun at me. Ayo. Damn, you kind of freaky, Thomas. You kind of freaky as hell. God damn, he's into gunplay? I mean, I'm not one here to shame anybody's kinks, but like, you gotta be careful. The bookstore. I know, dude. I confess that I'm not an avid reader, but there's one author whose works I eagerly await. Brad Sanders. I don't know why exactly, but time I decided to buy his newest book at the bookstore closest to home. You know that meme from Princess Mononoke? Yeah. I'll slit your throat. You're beautiful. Yeah. I should kill ya. It's the same shit. From bitchless to gunplay. Yeah, it's a huge leap. Huge leap. But you know what? Good for him. Good for him, I guess. It had been years since the last time I bought a book in a physical bookstore. I read everything on my cell or e-reader. Maybe because I spent all day in front of a screen, I decided to step away from it during reading. I even wrote on the author's account that I would buy the book when I got off work. It had been a while since the incident with Emily. Had I been asked if there was a day when I was sure I'd left all that behind, I'd have probably said that day just before I opened the door of the bookstore. But as soon as I entered, there she was. Stalker. Bro, she has to be monitoring his social media to see that he said, because he posted on social media that he was going to buy the book after work. So now she knows. Now she knows that he'll be there. And so now she can stage another surprise meet cute. You think you're slick, Emily? I'm fucking onto you. There she was. The bell, which lets the clerk know of the arrival of a new customer, was still ringing when she approached. Thomas? Is that you? What are you doing here? I thought that I was wanted by the police? That I had fled from the city? Yeah. I get that you thought the worst of me that day. We'd barely met, and to see something like that all of a sudden. Did you know? As I left the cafe in such a hurry, I didn't realize my bag was open. It would have been weird if you hadn't seen it. You don't have to explain yourself to me, Emily. I won't say anything. I'm sorry you had to see it, Thomas. I really am. Because now, I have to kill you. I can't leave behind any witnesses, Thomas. I'm sorry. You understand, though, right? When I heard the police sirens, I got scared. I thought that they were going to arrest you. That I could be in danger again. I was carrying that because for years now, I've been running away from someone. Let's just say that he thought our relationship was very different from what it was. Damn, dude, that's crazy. And finally, I decided that I had to escape him at all costs. That day, I had run away from the cafe. I thought he might be close again. I'm so sorry, Emily. I had no clue about what was going on, and I confess that I thought the worst of you. Is it bad that I 100% believe you when you say your fan lines for Emily? It's fine. I'm adding a little sparkle, a little pizzazz, if you will, a little flavor, a little seasoning. This is like telenovela shit, you know. We're going a little crazy with it. I would have thought the same thing, honestly. Don't apologize. How come you're here? I totally didn't stalk your Twitter earlier and see that you commented that you would be here. Brad Sanders is my favorite writer, and he just released his new novel. Really? Wow, what a coincidence. That's totally my favorite author, too. Why are you so surprised? Brad Sanders, I fucking knew it. I'm so onto you. I could read you like an open book. You're so clearly... Everyone knows him for the Ethereal Mist saga, but I think his science fiction line is great. It's barely been a second since we've run into each other, and yet you've already left me speechless again. Clearly, if it's not destiny, it truly seems like it. I'm not always looking at the screen, so like saving those lines are 100% canon. You just hear me in the background, drafting up my own novel based off of this. My own storyline. I admit that in that very second, I was completely captivated by Emily. It's a little too obvious now. I feel like they gotta be setting up for some kind of twist. I mean, the twist is she's already fucking dead, dude. She's already dead and we killed her. So there's gotta be something fucked up going on here. The twist has already been played, I suppose, but I guess we'll see. Once the initial doubts have been cleared, knowing that being involved with her could be truly dangerous, it's a wrong crystal. It was a crystal clear that Emily was one girl in a million. Someone worth fighting for. Even if it was for something as trivial as a book, a video game, or a coffee. About the revolver. Everything's okay, Emily. You don't need to explain yourself any further. I just want you to know that it's always been unloaded. I do carry a few bullets with me at times, but if I'm honest, I've never had the courage to load a bullet into the drum. Do you think you'd be able to use it if necessary? Truth be told, I was hoping I'd never get to that point. The good thing is, if you buy Sanders' book, you might knock him out with it by throwing it to his face. For Sanders, a short novel is the complete Lord of the Rings saga. Just like that, Emily relaxed. During our entire conversation, she didn't seem to know how to hide herself. Now I felt like we were sharing the same feelings as the time when we were in the cafe. So, do you live around here? More or less. I work nearby and decided to stop by before heading home. Are you still working on what you told me about? The job that's similar to social services? Kinda, although I'm starting to think about starting fresh. New York? Paris? Emily couldn't help but smile. I wish I could. I have started an online photography class. Nothing serious, of course, but I hope it can develop into something more important. Do you feel like going for a walk and chatting some more? Only if you feel like it. I don't want you to feel uncomfortable. It would be my pleasure. Fucking hook, line, and sinker on his ass, dude. Both of us bought a copy of the book, and a few moments later, we were walking through the door of the bookstore. We chatted longer than I can remember. Most things unimportant, until she decides to take me to the park. The sun was already setting. The few people who were walking around were already returning home. The children's laughter and the dogs barking were fading away. I looked at Emily's face, staring at the park as if she were the only person in the world who could see it. I still remember when I arrived in the city. Is that why you brought me here? I guess. I was only 16, and you didn't tell me much about your past before you came here. In the cafe, you were elusive on that subject. Hi, Sonics. I don't think I've talked about it since I ran away. From home? Yeah. Theoretically, I can't say I had bad luck with my family. I had everything a girl could have wished for. I had toys and food, even clothes that I liked. The only thing I never had was someone who loved me. Even at that time, I barely remember my parents' faces. I only have 2 or 3 memories of them, and honestly, I can't say they're either good or bad. They're simply there. Like an episode of a TV series that has no meaning to me. It's a memory, although you barely remember the faces of the main characters. As for school, it wasn't much better. No friends, nor teachers who cared about me. It was simply a requirement that I had to meet every day. I'm very sorry to hear that. I really am. It's not your fault, Thomas. My parents worked a lot, and I guess having a daughter was not among their priorities. They simply met my needs, which was what was expected of them. That's easy with money. You can even do it without seeing your daughter directly. To go through all of that just being a little girl, it's not something you can easily forget, that's for sure. I guess that's why we're here. I was 16 when I decided to change my life. To take the reins. If no one cared about me, I had to start taking care of myself. And it was in this very park that I met Seth. I guess Seth is... I think I already told you about him. Yeah, it was the one I was running away from in the cafe. And the reason why I carry a revolver in my purse. When I met Seth, he wasn't like that. During my first week in the city, I used to sleep in this park. I guess that's why I kept coming back here. Somehow, I still feel like this park is home. The thing is I met Seth one night just like this in this very park. He asked me if I was alone, and after learning a little bit about my situation, he invited me to dinner. I know I shouldn't have done it. It was dangerous to be with a stranger, but do neither of you have self-preservation instincts? Honestly, I hadn't eaten since the morning of the day before. We ate at the Japanese restaurant on Phoenix Street. Now I get why you told me you used to go. Yeah. Seth loved Japanese food and got me to love it too. Truth be told, those were really happy moments in my life. That same night, I started living in his house. Oh no, dude. This is some hella red flag shit. He told me that I reminded him of him a few years ago, and that he just wanted to help me start this new life. I got a job, and in the end, we ended up being together. Did he force you? No, I was in love with him. But I guess you never get to fully know someone. And well, that's the story of my life. One day, he stopped coming home for a long time. At that moment, I took the chance to go to the police to report what he was doing to me. They told me about Seth's hidden life, a really dark one. They told me that, as far as they knew, I could rest easy. Seth was not in town. Was he killed? Hi, Mortis. From what I was told, Seth was involved in something gang-related and was doomed if he came back. Let's just say I had a lucky break, so to speak. Anyway, I got a gun, just in case. It was close to midnight, and we didn't want to stop being together. We saw if there was any place open at that time to have a drink. And call it chance or fate, but the only place open nearby was the cafe where we had met. We've only met twice, so we already have a favorite place. Have you played the visual novel where the protagonist runs into a late-night coffee shop in a fantasy universe? Not really. I have it on my wish list, but I haven't played it yet. Also, hi, Beathers. Welcome in. When I played it, I wondered who could open a coffee shop that late. Bro, I love the late-night coffee shops, dude. She could be involved in gang stuff, too, that we don't know about yet. I don't know. This could all just be a convenient lie, a convenient cover-up. She could just be lying to us, and maybe she killed him. She already has the blood on her hands. Well, here's the answer. I guess they knew that we would need a place for coffee. 2 Americanos with coconut milk. That's not a real order. That's not a real order. Punctual as ever. And no fights along the way. I solved it. Emily is Seth and also the therapist. Oh my god. Big if true, dude. When we ran into each other at the bookstore, we didn't know how to deal with the situation. But now, we both enjoyed every minute of each other's company. As if everything Emily had told me in the park was nothing but a triviality. You told me before that you started a photography course. Too perfect, it's a red flag. You've missed like 40 red flags before we even got to this point, honestly. You've missed like 40 of them. We keep yelling at the main character, telling him he's crazy, dude. So hi, Barb. Welcome in. I'm tempted to order that in a coffee shop just to mess with people. No, please, save the poor baristas, dude. They already get enough shit as it is. Yes, in fact, I want to quit my current job, and photography is something that fascinates me. Honestly, wouldn't even be surprised if she was the therapist. Yeah. Can I see some of the pics? Right now, we're studying street photography in the course. They're beautiful, Emily. I've taken several during this time in that style. I think that this is definitely what I want to do. I just got here. Yeah, I'm just catching you up on the lore. I gotta make sure that you're fully caught up on everything, so you understand that you're seeing the red flag immediately, but it's been like an hour, and Thomas still has not seen any of the red flags, or he has, but he's just ignored all of them. He's like, those flags can't stop me because I can't read, kind of vibes. Yeah, completely. At first I wanted to explore the territories, but this appeals to me more. How be you? I be good. Besides, I'm already making some money with them. She Amelia Perez'd herself. Oh my god. Do you think she Amelia Perez'd herself? Dude, that was such a bad movie. Oh god, that movie was so painful. But red is my favorite color. No. Besides, I'm already making some money with them. Really? Then you're not that far away from your goal of leaving your current job. But I had so much fun watching it. God. It's complicated, but step by step. The guys in the photo were one of my last jobs. They wanted more natural photos of themselves. So they hired a session for me to take pictures of them without posing in a more natural way. It's the first time I hear about this kind of photo shoot. These are the ones that now are being used in social networks. Posting a photo that looks like you're not posing. A trend like any other. At that moment, the police sirens sounded again in the background. My heart shrank. I couldn't help but wonder if she was going to flee again. Thomas, I will not leave you. You can rest assured. For a moment, it seemed like Emily could read my mind. It goes click-clack. Ooh, a nice keyboard is always so nice, dude. It's so relaxing. I don't quite know how, but that's when I began to understand that I could trust her. I know you thought I was going to run away again. But not this time. Nor ever again, Thomas. I promise. Because after all, Seth is dead. I don't have to worry about it anymore. That day that you saw me was the day I finished the job. I admit that for a moment, I thought it had all been a dream. Something ephemeral. But I kept talking to Emily. At least a few more minutes. Until that happened. I can't help but feeling that since we ran into each other at the bookstore, I've been the only one talking. My bad. Not that I could tell you too much either. And it's true that the plot of the Korean series you're watching is more interesting than my life. Don't make fun of me, come on. What do you want me to tell you? What have you been doing since we met? There aren't any changes in my life worth mentioning, to be honest. From that moment on, the highlight is that I started working some days remotely. Oh, that's great! In the end, most of the time I was working from this very cafe, so I... From here? Yeah. Even knowing I could show up here? Emily, can I ask you a question? Of course. I understand that you carry that in your bag. But what I still don't understand is how you got it. At least in this country, it's not so easy to have something like this. Okay, so it's not America. We've now eliminated that this does not in fact take place in America. Could be anywhere else in the world though, but we know it's not America. Because he said this line. Well, it's also Seth's fault. Seth gave you the gun? No, but for his work. One step closer to solving the mystery. Yeah. Do you remember that I told you he was involved in gangs and stuff like that, according to the police? I don't want to tell you a lie, Thomas. I didn't know exactly what he did for a living, but I did know that what he was doing was not legal. In fact, it's thanks to him that I have this job. So, you too? Not at all, but really, he did have his contacts who managed to get me in it. That's why I wanted to leave as soon as possible. It's a good job. It helps other girls who have gone through what I have. But I want to be able to turn the page. Yeah, the reason the gun doesn't have any bullets is because I already unloaded it into Seth. Even move away from here. But would it be possible for Seth to be dead? Wouldn't it? Oh, I already know he's dead. I buried him in the river about 20 feet away. I mean, the police told me that they were looking for him, but not much else. That he'd been killed was one of the possibilities. So, why don't you get out of here? Why cling to a life that involves carrying that secret with you? Thomas, I'd rather we stop talking about this, really. Despite everything you suffered because of him, you stayed here living as he wanted. Stop it, Thomas. Emily. Thomas, you have no idea what you're talking about. I never intended to upset her or to alter her in any way. I was just trying to understand her. I'd never seen that look on another person before. I sensed anger, fear, and suddenly, without thinking about it for a second, Emily pulled out her revolver. In the blink of an eye, she held it in her hands, pointing directly at me. You have no idea what it's like to be pointed with this gun. To know that if the situation gets out of control, even just a little bit, it may be the last. Thomas. Oh shit, our therapist coming back into reality, snapping us back in. You were petrified when you got here. I'm sorry, I thought I was over it. Was a hi, Gliar. Good night, Barb. It's all right. No trigger discipline. Well, yeah, I mean, for sure, no trigger discipline. She did mention earlier, though, that it's unloaded and there's no bullets in it. So, that's what we're here for. But I keep wondering, how is it possible that she pulled out a gun in a cafe without anyone seeing her? It was late. I don't even understand how the cafe was open at that hour. It was only the barista and us in the room. Also, the barista was cleaning and hardly paid attention to us since he gave us our coffees. I understand. What happened then? I put the revolver away. I'm gonna do all of the bottom options because then I want to do all of the top options. The cafe is a gang front. Yo. That could be huge if true. But yeah, I'm gonna pick all the bottom options because it's two different endings. And then put together kind of thing. So I put the revolver away. At that very moment, I put the revolver away me. I knew the gun was not loaded. Oh, he was saying he pushed the revolver away. But that was too much, even for me. I'm sorry. I really am. It's just that At that moment, a large number of people began to crowd outside the cafeteria. In a nearby alley, someone had been shot at that very moment. Oh my fucking god, he fucking dead. I guess, with the tension of the conversation, I completely ignored it. But the only thing I could focus on at that moment was the Brad Sanders book I had purchased hours earlier. What do you think happened? I guess they tried to rob him. It was already quite late. She did it, but we've been with him the whole time. We've been with her the whole time. How would she have killed him? Although, one way or another, I felt that person on the floor. It could have been me moments ago. And even in those brief moments when Emily pointed at me, I managed to get closer to her. Even the feeling that I had fallen in love. But seeing all that awakened in me, the need to run away from everything, to escape from Emily. Thomas. What happened then? It's a hazy memory, but nothing. Nothing? After seeing the body in the book, my memories are completely blank. I just remember a deep need of running away. As if an alarm had gone off and I had to get out of that place as soon as possible. Because of Emily? Stand powers, yeah. It's likely. The next thing I remember is being at home. But we didn't hear a gunshot, did we? Well, we were also, like, very much focused on Emily pointing the gun at us, so it's very possible we just didn't hear it because we were so, like, mentally focused on Emily pointing the gun at us. As if it was just another day. With Emily? No. As I said, I don't remember exactly what happened, but it was crystal clear that I didn't want to see her again, even though I realized I was crazy for her. So that was the moment you stopped keeping in touch with her? Yes. But the whole reunion with Emily was almost like a dream, wasn't it? All my doubts disappeared almost the very second we started talking in the bookstore. How can you not empathize with someone in her situation? When you face such traumatic stories, I guarantee you that it is not difficult to empathize. Even for someone who does what I do. It was clear to me that the weapon was the least of my worries. And that I couldn't judge a victim for trying to stop being one. While you were telling me earlier about what happened, I could see your affection for her. When we left the bookstore, we didn't stop talking. She told me how she had discovered Brad Sanders, my favorite writer. She tried to read his most acclaimed works but couldn't connect with them. However, she found fascination with his line of science fiction and superheroes, just like me. Well, yeah, you mentioned that you like sci-fi books. She probably remembered that from the fucking cafe. And then decided to do some research whenever she saw you tweeted on that guy's fucking Twitter profile because she's stalking you, dude. Like, it may seem like a small thing, but these are things that make you connect. Tastes that make you feel unique. And when you meet someone like you, it makes you feel a little less lonely. It is normal for us to be attracted to those who share our misunderstandings. And when there are so many, as in your case, it even seems as if someone had designed Emily for you. Someone perfect for me. Thomas, since we started discussing Emily and you, there's something you've been quite straightforward about. How important are social networks and the internet for you? Hi, Val. Welcome in. Oh my god, is she finally going to tell him what we've been saying all along, that she was clearly stalking his social media? We could even say that they are the origin of all of this. A chance encounter through a post on Reddit. The constant search for people with your tastes and passions in forums. You even met your best friends over there. Could it be not being used to real-life interactions made you more vulnerable? Yeah, she's too perfect for you, dude. She's stalking you. I know, that's what we've been saying. It may be. I've often wondered if I should live less through screens. If I'm interested in a film, I ask about it on the social network T. If I want to chat with people about a game, I know which subreddit to use for that. If I simply want to chat with my friends, I also do it through Discord. Didn't you meet them for a coffee or a walk? As I told you some time ago, I met them through Reddit. Kate and William are my best friends, but they were living in another city at the time. As a result, I may have been more closed in on myself than I should have been. Your life was just a click away, wasn't it, Thomas? It was. Sometimes I realize that posts suggested on Reddit or T, or even YouTube, knew me better than I knew myself. What I never expected was that Emily would take the leap of wanting independence from Seth. I didn't expect her to have made so much progress either. After everything she told me about Seth, honestly, I was glad she wanted to get away from that. When you knew she wanted to make a living from photography, you thought it was a rather idealistic dream. Were you thinking the same thing at the time? The truth is that I understood that Emily knew what she was doing. She was taking classes, understanding what she was getting herself into. She hadn't taken a shortcut, like watching 2 videos on YouTube and believing that she could, I had to say it weird now, and believe that she could do anything. Also, when she showed me some of her photographs, it became clear that she had talent. She told you that she already had customers, didn't she? She'd already accepted clients for social media photography. Not only that, she told me that she had registered on several websites to get a job as a freelancer. Photo editing, retouching, things like that. It may not seem like much right now, but according to what she told me, it was getting better. Good enough to become independent of Seth in the short term? From what she told me, it was likely. She knew what she was getting into. She mentioned leaving the city, didn't she? Yeah, she had thought about it, but she wasn't sure where. She believes that if she could pay her own rent, it was much better to do it away from here in case Seth came back. Seth's shadow was always looming over Emily, even when she heard the police sirens that night. As much as she told me I could be at ease, I knew she wasn't comfortable. I knew she wanted to escape in any way possible. She was so terrified that she kept carrying that gun. Yeah. I still think I was no one to judge her. I couldn't imagine what that could be like. But the moment she pointed that gun at me, my whole world shattered. When I had the cannon in front of my eyes, I admit that I was afraid. For a second, I didn't understand what was going on. Did Emily intend to shoot me? She told me that she always carried the gun unloaded, but Actually, anything could have happened. I understood what she wanted to tell me, the helplessness she was going through. But as soon as I saw the gun in front of me, I could only quickly push it away. Were you afraid? Maybe. I don't know. I didn't really know Emily. For all I knew, she could have pulled the trigger at any second. And love? You told me before. I don't understand how, but between the vulnerability I felt in front of the gun and the adrenaline... Oh my god, did this motherfucker suspension bridge himself? The suspension bridge effect, where it's like when you're in like a crazy dangerous situation, your adrenaline is running high and the endorphins are like going through your brain to try to keep yourself alive. In those instances, you often find yourself falling in love because your brain confuses the influx of the hormones and shit as like a love response. That's like a very common thing. It's called the suspension bridge effect. Did this motherfucker just suspension bridge effect himself? I understood that all Emily had to go through during that time. I was even able to empathize with her more. It sounds crazy, but at that moment, I fell madly in love with her. Have you ever felt anything like that before, Thomas? Feeling vulnerable in front of someone you care about? Maybe. I admit that the feelings I remember are confusing. I asked myself, who is Emily? And I realized I already failed at step 1 of this game. Hi, J-Bomb. Welcome in. Before I met Emily, if I had been asked if I was interested in someone, I think I would have just said Kate. Is Kate one of your friends you met at Rotted? Yeah. I met Kate commenting on the games of the saga like a Yakuza in subreddit. Oh my god. Every time we were on the same subreddit, I felt like I could chat with her without zealotry. You know how the internet is. As soon as you deepen into any discussion, fanatics of all kinds appear. Gal evening, Derek. Gal evening, J-Bomb. Better question, why is Emily? I think we're still trying to understand that. We started chatting through Discord, and that was more than 5 years ago. To this day, I consider her my best friend, along with her brother William. Do you love her? I don't quite understand why, but I don't know. It's as if, by thinking about it, my ability to feel it has been blocked. As if there was a firewall that would not let me access that part of my memories. I don't understand what you mean, Thomas. You're speaking in fucking nerd speak. Speak in English. Sorry, the only metaphor I could come up with is something work-related. Oh, don't worry. I understand that you're a fucking nerd. Anyways, continue. Hi, baby. Welcome in. Basically, I don't know how I feel about Kate, other than she's my best friend. Love can be contradictory, and even more so when you encounter adversity. In Kate's case, it's distance. And in Emily's case, a gun in front of my eyes. I didn't mean it that way. That's not healthy or normal to fall in love with someone who points a gun at you. But yeah, sure, whatever, we'll go with that. After I signed up, I thought deeply about what I was feeling for her. Was a feeling like the one I had for Emily enough to let something like that go? It depends on each person, on the real intentions behind everything. I know, but I think about how I reacted, and I think I would do the same thing again. Moving to a new city? I knew what she was going through, but I didn't want to feel involved. Having a gun pointed at me once was more than enough. Did you see the boy who was shot outside as a red flag? What if it had been me? On top of that, with Brad Sanders' book. I guess I interpreted it as a signal to run away. And for that reason, you went to the city where Kate and William lived. Yeah. I'd spent some time working from the coffee shop, obsessed that Emily might appear through the door. Thanks to that, I managed to make my job 100% home-based and thought it was the best thing to do. I could get away from it all. Knowing for sure that it was impossible to bump into that part of my life again. I could hang out with Kate and William. I could have a normal life. Did you ever say anything about it to Emily? No, not at all. The next day was when I made the decision. How long did it take for you to move? 1 or 2 months. It wasn't too complicated. I asked for permission at work to do video call them instead of going in person on certain days. Since they didn't give me any problems about it, it was just a matter of looking for an apartment, and that was it. It's not like that city was very crowded either. On the contrary, it took me almost as long to move in as it took the movers to give me the okay. In addition, Kate and William offered to help me and look at apartments over there. Look at rental websites, and they would visit them, pass me pictures, and give me their opinion. I understand it was almost an overnight thing. Yeah. So let's go back to the day you arrived with the moving truck at your apartment for the first time. The first day you started living there. Since there's something I don't quite understand. How did you end up living with Emily? Damn, bro, we can't escape her ass. Chapter 3, The Move. Oh my god, the coffee art. Buongiorno. The moving company had just brought the last of the boxes up to my apartment. Since it was the second floor, it didn't take too long to bring everything up there. Even taking into account that the building had no elevator, it didn't take too long. Except for the bed, the sofa, and the desk where I worked, the rest of the furniture was already unloaded. Maybe Kate and William are her psyops too. That'd be crazy. Maybe she's already tapped his phone, so she's seeing all the pictures and everything and all the discussions he's having through his phone. You know, maybe she already tapped his ass. She's bugged him. A few memories I can treasure fit into a few boxes. I can't say it was a particularly complicated move. I cleared the entrance area and the kitchen of boxes. I organized the boxes around the room so they wouldn't get in the way. Even around the bedroom, which I'd already prepared for my first night. In those first moments in my new home, I sighed with relief. Relieved to be able to leave it all behind. Relieved to be in a place where I was going to feel supported. Kate and William would arrive soon. We had agreed that they would help me unpack all my boxes. In addition to inaugurate the kitchen, since William had offered to prepare dinner himself. The street was quiet with no hustle and bustle. It was a promising start in that city. At that very moment, my phone rang. Kate, what is it? We're at the door of the building, but we don't know which apartment is yours. It's 202. Perfect. Seconds later, the doorbell rang. My new life was finally beginning. Thomas, you're finally here. Best hug ever, Kate. Oh my god. You can rest assured that I will no longer use you as real estate agents. No problem with me. We'll bill you now. William, don't be an idiot. I was kidding, Kate. Thank you very much for your support. Without you, it wouldn't have been nearly as easy as it was. We're even more excited when you decided to move here. I don't want to be a party pooper, but are you gonna let us in, or would you like to have dinner in the hallway? We all laughed and went into the apartment. I tidied up a little bit so we could sit down. We didn't come here to sit down. We're here to help with the move. Right, William? I thought we were here to have dinner, not work for Thomas. Don't be like that, William. I'm sure Thomas isn't up to your nonsense after a whole day of moving. Don't worry, Kate. I know he's kidding. Not that he's too good at it, though. Ooh, a little shot bag, a little fire. What an answer. And I was the one who was out of line. Anyway, in the end, you two are peas in a pod. I don't know why you're so worried, Kate. She can't help it, having a brother like you. We all laughed. And so long living alone was not... After so long living alone and not having this kind of human contact, this get-together was a breath of fresh air. Well, shall we start unpacking, or are we going to spend the day chatting? Aye, aye, Captain. In a couple of hours, we had everything organized. Kate was trying very hard, even harder than myself. I could tell she wanted me to stay and live there, to live closer to her. Wow, look at how nice the apartment is now. After all the complaints, William, didn't you say you were going to cook? Well, they are real, at least. I almost thought they were Emily alt accounts. Yeah, that'd be crazy, dude. That'd be fucked up. I don't see you cooking yet, William. Now everyone is against me. How easy it is to attack a defenseless person between two. What are you gonna cook? Well, since we're inaugurating the kitchen, I thought I'd do a culinary test of the apartment. So I was gonna prepare roasted meat with fries and my secret sauce. Oh my god, that sounds so yummy. I want it. I want it. Whoa, so sophisticated. Indeed, I'm worried about whether I'm gonna be able to afford this gourmet dinner. Keep cracking jokes, but in the end, the one who's cooking is me, so... Don't bite the hand that feeds you. Who knows what may happen. Jokes aside, thank you so much. I appreciate your offering to check in everything in the kitchen. If there's something wrong, it's better to tell the landlord on the first day and not a month later, so I can avoid further misunderstandings. Don't worry. You've left the mission in good hands. Let's keep the fire burning. Oh my gosh. Even if he doesn't look like it, he's a great chef. You were too late for compliments. By the way, Thomas, I have some bad news about the kitchen. What's going on? You have a leak that's dripping right onto the countertops. It's not much. In fact, it goes quite unnoticed, but it's better to communicate it as soon as possible. Well, you sure have been effective in looking for issues. How the fuck did you not notice the leak on the countertops? Didn't you notice there was a fucking wet spot? You think your countertops just piss for funsies? That's what I'm paid for. I decided to call the landlord ASAP. I wasn't particularly worried about it, but I wanted him to know that I wasn't accountable for that. Besides, I didn't know how long the leak had been going on, nor the problems it could cause. Hello, this is Thomas, the new tenant. I was calling to inform you of an incident. I was to start preparing dinner when I found that there was a leak just above the countertop. Well, perfect. Thank you very much. I look forward to... What happened, Thomas? The truth is that the conversation went really fast. Apparently it was a malfunction they already knew about. The upstairs apartment had a water leak recently. The maintenance guy had fixed it, but it doesn't seem to have fixed it all. So, what do we do now? He told me he'd call the tenant in 302, the one above me, to shut off that section of water. On Monday, maintenance will return from the weekend and fix the leak. Also, he said he would confirm whether the 302 tenant turns off the water. It wasn't long before the landlord called me back. Okay, no problem. Thank you very much. Solved? No, apparently the person in 302 is not answering the phone. Is it Emily? Is it Emily that's living in 302? He told me to come over and see if I could get him to open the door for me. You want me to go? You look very tired after all the hustle and bustle of the day. Don't worry. Take this opportunity to introduce myself. And it seems that it's a recurrent failure. It's likely it'll happen again. Better get to know each other from the beginning. Looks like it'll be the beginning of a good friendship. Let's hope that this is just the beginning of the end of the leak. How much you guys want to bet it's Emily in 302? I went upstairs at the end of the hallway. Emily's the landlord? I feel like you would have recognized her voice. the 302nd floor. I think they meant the room 302 was right above mine. And so it wasn't complicated to find the door. I knocked on my neighbor's door. But I don't think I was prepared for what I was going to find behind it. Fucking called it. I called it, dude. I called it. I fucking said, I bet it's fucking Emily that's living in the... She has to be stalking, dude. She probably has all of his fucking devices bugged, dude. All of his devices. There's no way that she's just casually... We're geniuses. Emily? I confess that as soon as I saw her, I felt the need to run away. We literally left town, dude. We're in a different town. Not to look back. But she was the same person I ended up falling in love with. Even if that had happened while she was pointing a gun at me. It's a rare thing. I didn't expect you to come over to see me. How did you know where I lived? I didn't know. I just moved down here, and there's a leak in your plumbing. The landlord told me to come upstairs to see if you could turn off the water. So, do you live below? All this... I didn't expect to see you here. Neither do I, Thomas. I'm sorry I had to go through all that. I didn't mean to. She can't keep getting away with this. I know, dude. You told me something I didn't want to admit, and the situation eventually got the worst of me. I don't know what to say. Just one thing. Can you help me cut the water? Recently, the maintenance guy came and told me where the valve was, but I can't close it. Of course. I went into Emily's house. She told me where the water shut-off valve was, and I quickly closed it. No one spoke during the whole thing. Neither she nor me. Thank you, Thomas. It's all right. The landlord told me that maintenance would come on Monday to fix the issue. Okay. Thank you. Okay. See you soon. Thomas! You need to know, I left the town because of you. What do you mean? Bitch, I left because of you. I'm scared of you. We were in that alley and we saw that kid on the ground. I saw what I could have done to you. I'm not like that, Thomas. That's why I ran out without even saying goodbye. I went home, gathered my things, and went to some friends. I started working the next day in a photography studio. They didn't need anybody, but they did me a favor. Known to Seth? No, it was my friend's parents' studio. I spent 2 weeks taking passport photos. Nothing serious. Shortly after that, I got a call from the police station. Seth was back. So he didn't get killed. Okay. So that's why you moved to another city. Exactly. The next day I arrived here with the clothes on my back. I stayed in a hostel for a few days, but soon after, I got this apartment. I'm very sorry. Clearly she means I moved here because you were running away from me. Yeah. Look, if we think about this from the perspective of she's stalking him and she's like following his social media, then it makes more sense that all of these coincidences somehow line up. You know? I'm very sorry. After hearing all of that, the same feelings I had that day I met her in the cafeteria came back. I guess I couldn't ask someone who had been through so much to suddenly change. I'd lived through a traumatic moment that ended in nothing, but she had to live that very thing every day for the last few years. And... did you get a job? More or less. I continue to do photo retouching assignments from home. Also, there seems to be a lot of demand here for social media photo shoots. Thanks to the assignments I received from the photography app, I can cover my expenses. I'm really glad. Emily, do you have any plans now? Beyond having to buy a few bottles of water, little else. Some friends and I are celebrating my moving. Would you like to come to dinner? As compensation for leaving you without water for the whole weekend? Are you sure, Thomas? I don't want to be a burden. You're not. Really. We went down to my apartment. As I thought about what I was going to tell my friends about Emily. Meet Emily. They're Kate and William. Nice to meet you. I'm sorry for interrupting your housewarming party. Don't worry at all. The more the merrier. But let me ask you something. Who are you? Did you already know Thomas? Or was it a romantic crush worthy of Hollywood? Boy and girl are neighbors, and by an unimportant coincidence, a legendary love begins. No, Thomas, she's dragging you into it. She's dragging you into the story. William, don't be like that. Don't worry. I confess that I would have said something like that if I were you. A girl with a good sense of humor. Emily's a friend from my old hometown. We hadn't spoken for a while, and by chance she's now my upstairs neighbor. What a coincidence. Too much, I'd say. Kate knew about Emily. She didn't know everything, but she knew she had been someone quite important in my life. In order to not worry her, I had never told her about the weapon, but I knew I didn't see my memories of her through rose-colored glasses. Well, shall we sit at the table? Everything's already prepared. I'll get an extra portion for Emily. It's a good thing I like to prepare food for several days. We set out the silverware and the glasses and sat down at the dining room table. What do you do, Emily? Well, I've just started to dedicate myself to photography. Sounds interesting. Is that why you moved here? Not exactly. I simply wanted to start fresh. What about you? Oh, I work with Thomas as a programmer in the same company. And William? Honestly, I don't know. Hey, don't be mean to me, Kate. I'm a video game developer. My brother made a game that became the most viral for like a week. Streamers and YouTubers did nothing else worldwide during that week but play my game. Oh my god, he made Among Us? He made Among Us? Maybe you know it. It's called Electrician Simulator. Did you make that game? I bought it when it came out to play with some friends online. Thank you. I hope you had a good time. The thing is that after a week, nobody remembers that game anymore. But, of course, my brother made quite a lot of money thanks to the sales of his first game. He could take 2 sabbaticals. Yeah, he made Among Us, dude. I'm working on my next game. Kate's very strict with me. Or not enough. You always take her side. Oh, is that a riff on Power Wash Sim? It might be. I've already decided that the next time I will not defend you. By the way, Thomas, you've never told me about Emily before. For all I knew, the only woman in your life was Kate. Enough, William. Okay. Emily and I met by chance at a cafe. We've met a couple of times. I guess it just didn't come up. So, do we have to worry about Emily? What are your intentions with our Thomas? Emily smiled. I think his head will look beautiful on a spike. I think it was the first time I saw such a relaxed and carefree smile since I met her. So far, my plan to flood his apartment have been dashed. But otherwise, I haven't thought about it yet. We all laughed, except for Kate. Since Emily had arrived, Kate had been extremely quiet. Possibly because she didn't feel entirely comfortable with Emily. And what's it like working with Thomas, Kate? Well, it's not like we're side by side for very long either. In the end, everyone works from home and we only talk a little through the work app. I thought you had a closer relationship at work. No, not so much. And are you adjusting to the city, Emily? When I arrived, I was a little lost. But I think I'm already starting to settle in. And even more so now that I know Thomas is downstairs. I didn't know Emily well enough. What's more, it'd always been just the two of us, and I didn't know what she was like in a more relaxed situation. But I admit that as I chatted with Kate, it looked like she was trying to provoke her somehow. Yeah, she knows. It's pretty clear Kate probably has a crush on us, and her brother is probably aware that she has a crush on us, right? And so that's why the brother was like, you never mentioned Emily, as in like, I thought the only girl in your life was my sister kind of vibes. And then Kate's probably feeling a little bit threatened, but also feels like it's kind of suspicious because she's hearing all these red flags from Thomas, because Thomas has told Kate about Emily, right? So she's probably like, I know what you are kind of vibes. Trying to suss her out, see what's real and what's not, and you know, if we're gonna fall for her basically. That's what I get. That's what I'm getting from this. That's what it smells like. Don't get your hopes up. Thomas, outside of programming video games, is not that much help. A moment ago, he was avoiding a flood in the apartment below mine. He was just turning off a valve, Emily. It was no big deal. The important thing is that it was you who was there to do it. Don't you think? I guess. So you've known each other your whole lives? No. A few years ago, we started chatting on Reddit, and little by little, we grew to trust each other. And now, you're like siblings, aren't you? Damn, she's trying to sister zone her. She's trying to sister zone. You see that? You see that slick ass movement? She's trying to put her in the sister zone. You know, it's like the brother zone, but it's crazy. I can tell you really trust each other. Yeah, I guess so. Kate, what's wrong with you? And of course the guys don't see it. Fucking oblivious motherfucker. You never see the subtext, dude. Y'all never see the fucking subtext in a conversation. Nothing. I'm just a bit tired. And here I was, giving her the 3rd degree. How about a drink to get our spirits back up? Is there something wrong, Thomas? Nothing, it's just that... Don't you remember well what happened? I'm not sure. Try to remember, Thomas. What happened next? Emily went home to get something to drink, or I took out a drink to relax the atmosphere. Ooh. I did say I was going to pick the bottom choice for everything for this one. I think this is a fantastic idea, William. Of the few things I brought back from my old city, this bottle of liquor was one of them. We didn't know about the partying, Thomas. It's a good thing he's coming out now. It is one of my few guilty pleasures. A drink while playing a game. It is unsurpassed. So, shall we play that game now? Oh my god, are they about to play fucking Truth or Dare or something? We all laughed. At that moment, only the drink. They poured the liqueur into some glasses that I took out the pantry and toasted. Well, you'll have to tell me how to get it. I'll take the secret to my grave. We all laughed, and just moments later, Kate and William started yawning. I don't think I have any stamina left. I'm sorry. I'm a little tired too. We should get going. They said goodbye to William and Kate. And now it's just us and Emily now. Yeah, Kate totally knows Emily's sus. Yeah, she's sniffing her out, dude. 100%. We could barely stand up, though. I guess that after a whole day of moving, our stamina was starting to run low. Thomas, you look very tired. Would you like me to walk you to your room? Don't worry, Emily, I'm fine. Thomas, you almost bumped into the couch just now. Come on, I'll help you. I'm a little... I don't know about that, Chief. I don't know about that. With difficulty, Emily carried me to my bedroom, where she laid me down. Kate is wearing green and Emily's in red. Yeah, exactly, dude. Exactly. It's subtle. Subtle character design. Oh my god. At that moment, Emily rolled onto her back. No! 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 Put your clothes back on. Put your shirt back on. I couldn't believe what was happening. Put your clothes back on! I'll cover her ass with a blanket. Emily was on the bed next to me, and I could hardly do anything. Emily, what are you doing? I thought it would be a nice way to end the night. Emily, I think you're not thinking straight. Put your clothes back on. I invited you to dinner, but with no hidden agendas. And even less for this. I don't want to fuck you. Put your clothes back on. Please. Please put your clothes back on, Emily. You're scaring me. I thought we felt the same way. That you liked me. Even... Emily. Since I've met you, everything's been very complicated. Of course I have feelings for you, that's obvious. But I can't ignore everything that's happened since we met. Do you think I've forgotten? In all this time, I've had a hard time trusting anyone. Even those who were supposed to be my friends. Yeah, dude, even her fucking lingerie is red. That's how much of a red flag she is, dude. I was always on the lookout in case I might be collaborating with Seth. But one day, some idiot tried to take a coffee from me in a coffee shop. And without hardly understanding why, that idiot's the only one I can trust. Hey, I'm back. How many red flags have I missed? So many. So many. Even love. Emily. Don't worry, Thomas. I'm leaving. Yeah, put your clothes back on. Put them back on. Dress yourself. You're gonna catch a cold. Emily, wait. No, Thomas, don't. Stop. Give her fucking shirt, escort her out the door, and then go to sleep. Okay? Don't do this. Don't do this. I confess that I feel the same way about you. Even when you took that out of the bag. I'm sorry. I really am. I understood what you wanted to show me. Your helplessness. But it's something I have a hard time letting go. Thomas, I've moved to a new city. I was so afraid that Seth might follow me, I didn't tell anyone where I was going. I simply wanted to start a new life. I didn't even plan to see you again, no matter how much it hurt. And just when I thought I could start fresh, you knocked on my door. If that's not destiny, I honestly don't know what it could be. Easy. It's your stalkerish tendencies coming out. You already knew that I was moving. You already bugged my fucking phone. You already found out what apartment I was moving to. You went ahead and moved as well. And then you specifically knew that you were right above me, so you fucked up your water so it would start dripping everywhere on my fucking apartment. So then I would have an excuse to come up to talk to you. That's not fate. That's perfectly scripted planning on your part as a serial killer. I don't know what else it could be. At that moment, Emily approached me. She started kissing me. No! Be gone, harlots! Nay, I say. And finally, we ended up spending the night. Thomas, it is rule number 1. You do not stick your dick in crazy. This is rule number 1. Rule number 1. I know you've told me about this before, but I still don't understand how, after she made you feel, you ended up having an intimate relationship with Emily. Yeah, so you see, Doc, it's this thing called scare-roused. You know, it's when you're both scared and aroused. It is real. Real terminology. I could tell you a million excuses. Alcohol may have not let me think clearly. I was in no position to contradict Emily as she was really insistent. I just got carried away. But if I look inside myself, honestly, I wanted to be intimate with Emily. It's only natural, Thomas. Although in an unconventional way. After all, you were in love with Emily. But I admit that I didn't want to complicate things. I had escaped from the city to forget all of that with her. And 5 minutes later, I was in a new apartment with Emily lying on my bed. Yeah, he's got some undiagnosed kinks for sure. It's not the most common, of course. But in the end, our subconscious is madly searching for what it wants. Maybe you didn't realize at the moment, but it's likely that she ended up in that city because of something you told Emily at some point. Or destiny had pulled its strings so that you could be together. You cannot be talking about destiny to somebody who is currently going through what seems to be like a heavy psychological episode right now. You can't be talking about shit like that to your client right now, dude. Are you fucking kidding me? At that moment, it crossed my mind that maybe I'd unconsciously gone after Emily. But soon after I put that out of my mind, I didn't want to be with someone who could directly put me in danger. Either because of her own life or on her own. That's understandable, Thomas. There is a question I wanted to ask you. If you don't want to answer, you don't have to. But it would be really interesting to know what kind of chemistry you had with each other. Sure. How was your intimate relationship? Sheesh, Doc, trying to get all the fucking juicy details, bro? I thought this was a professional setting. Did you connect? Did she squirt? No. What happened? I had to take a call. That's possibly the weirdest thing of all. Why? Because I don't remember. So you don't know if you had a relationship with Emily? Yes, we did, or at least I think we did. Emily the next morning told me that it had been something very special for her. She gave me some details, so to say, about what happened during the night. Did you lose consciousness? No, of course not. What if she fucking drugged all of them? The other two mentioned that they were tired too, so that's why they went ahead and went back to their apartment. But what if she fucking drugged it? You know? What if she drugged the alcohol? Because then the other two would get tired and they'd leave, but then that would also leave. I'm just saying, she's giving massive stalker tendencies. There's something deeply dark beneath the surface. No, of course not. According to Emily, at first I was really active after drinking some water. But when we finished, I just fell asleep. It hadn't exactly been a relaxing day. And from what I do know, you're not used to drinking. Very little, only in this type of occasion. What happened the following morning? Actually, it was all really simple. I confessed to her that I thought it had been a mistake. That it had been something special, but I thought it would be best if we were only friends. Emily, how did she take it? Pretty well. She even apologized. It could be. The other option was Emily being the one to provide the drinks after all. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, maybe she fucking roofied everybody. Like, low-key, according to Emily. Yeah, for all we know, she didn't even sleep with us. For all we know, she made it up in order to try to get us to fucking get together with her or something. I don't know, man. She's got something going on in her head. Oh, a lot of this is according to Emily when he's doubting his own accounts. Yeah, it's very interesting to note. She told me that she knew I was not in the best of conditions and that maybe she'd insisted too much. Consent is important, you guys, okay? Somebody who is drunk cannot consent, okay? I understand. On another note, I understand that the reunion with your friends in the new city went well. It was the best thing that ever happened to me. After so long living alone with virtually no social interaction other than people at work, it was a breath of fresh air. I would have liked to chat about them so we could get to know them better. How's your relationship with William? William's one of the few people I admire the most. As crazy it may sound, Kate didn't introduce me to William. But wasn't he her brother? I assumed Kate had introduced him to you. The truth is that it was a great coincidence. William was making the game that would go viral a few months later. The thing is that Kate was helping him test it, and I saw that in his Discord he was playing Electrician Simulator. I looked up the game and saw that it had a demo, so I gave it a try. I really like the simulator genre, so it caught my attention from the first second. The game was really fun, and I started to be active in game forums. As William responded on the forum to find out what people thought, we gradually became friends. I hope his friends don't die. I know, dude, I'm so worried about it. I think they'll be fine, though, but yeah. And did Kate know? One day she saw me playing the game, and in one of our conversations while playing online, she told me that she had seen me playing. I told her that I really liked the demo and that I was looking forward to the release. There she told me that her brother was the creator, and I told her that we had been chatting on Discord and playing online for a while. The truth is that it was a rather curious coincidence. It is. I expect your relationship with William to be much more conventional. When I mention it at work, people often find it hard to believe. But it was just as it was. What about Kate? You told me that you met her on the internet, but that you had not met much. Talking about Kate is weird, as I often feel like I forgot about a lot of the things we've been through. As I told you, I don't exactly remember my feelings for her. Were you happy to see her during the move? Of course. After all, William and she were the reason I moved there. If I think about it coldly, I don't understand why I didn't do it before. What do you mean? There was nothing to tie me to the old city. Even work was not an impediment. Now that I think about it, I don't understand why I lived there for so long. Knowing that I was so close to living close to the people I cared about, we often analyze the past and fail to understand the decisions that we made. It's part of life. Living and learning from what has happened to us. But on second thought, I think I could have moved anywhere to be with Kate. Even if you weren't in love with her at the time? Yes, maybe. Speaking of Kate, it seems that during dinner she wasn't too comfortable. When we were having dinner, Emily was a little direct with Kate. In which sense? She spoke on several occasions about the relationship she had with me, that she considered me someone she was very close to and those sorts of things. Was she jealous? I don't know, honestly. Everything about Kate at this point in my life is very confusing and hard for me to remember. Kate may have wanted a deeper relationship with you, and Emily may have gotten it. It may not have sat entirely well with him. I guess that makes sense. I've never been with more people than when I was with Emily. That made it easy for me to have a conversation with her that I could hardly have with anyone else. Didn't you usually talk to Kate on Discord? Yeah, but it's not the same. Although I talked to her many times, we would talk about our day-to-day lives or what we were playing. Sometimes I think I remember we went further, but I don't think ever to the level I had with Emily. And with William? With William, I do remember being much more open. But with Kate, it's all very confusing. Good night, Red Light. Sweet dreams. And I don't quite understand why. Let's go back to dinner. Was Kate very talkative? Until almost the end, she practically didn't comment much. William was the center of the party as usual, and Emily did participate heavily in the conversation. She managed to integrate well with you. Yeah, at least with William. But after Kate and Emily spoke more directly, the atmosphere was not as relaxed as before. Did you do anything to relax the atmosphere? Not at first. I'm having a hard time thinking clearly, but I didn't understand why Kate might have been upset. I may have never fully understood Kate. Even if she was your best friend? It may be. I understand that because of all that, William commented about having a drink at the end of dinner. As the atmosphere had been a bit heated, William tried to calm things down by suggesting it. I guess William quickly identified that his sister wasn't too comfortable, and so he tried to quickly change the subject. Under William's appearance, who looks like someone who only talks in jest, there's a real sensitive person. He's also very protective of his sister, so it's only natural that he would be very attentive. Likewise, you were pretty fast too. I guess so. While William was suggesting the idea, I was already thinking about whether I'd unpack 2 or 3 bottles I had. I don't usually drink, but it's true that from time to time I pour myself a drink while I play. Well, that bottle came at the right time, I see. Totally. Fortunately, he managed to ease the atmosphere. Although we might have had a little too much to drink, since we ended up finishing it. It was the culmination of a day that had been very long. With the move, it's normal that you didn't finish very late. I'd be lying to you if I didn't tell you that before dinner I was already ready for bed. And William and Kate, they gave their all to help me. So, except for Emily, we were pretty tired from all the hustle and bustle. Did you rest the next day? Initially, yes, but in the morning, after Emily left my apartment, Kate called me. She asked me if I wanted the 3 of us to spend the day together, since after this reunion, I sensed it might have affected me. Kate knew much of what had happened, I told you, and thought that it would be good to get out and clear my head. Where did you go? There was a retro arcade in the center of town that they wanted to show to me. That was the day you returned home with Kate. Isn't that right, Thomas? Yeah, that's right. Tell me what happened that day, Thomas. And explain to me how you found Emily inside your house. She's bugging your apartment, bro! Oh my fucking god! She's crazy! At this point, it has to be fucking self-defense that he killed her. Jesus Christ. Chapter 4. Friends. Emily had just left my apartment. Although she left in a friendly way, you could sense some tension between us. And even more so as I couldn't even remember anything that had happened between us. I appreciated Kate's call, timely as always, to take my mind off the previous day's hustle and bustle. We had arranged to meet at a coffee shop next to my apartment. They knew I was passionate about coffee, and told me they knew of an amazing coffee shop nearby. To my surprise, it was the same one I used to go to in my old town. Oh shit, it's a chain? I didn't know that. I didn't know it was a franchise. Yeah, I didn't know either. Call it destiny, I guess. Bro, you gotta stop believing in destiny. This shit's getting you into trouble. Hey, Thomas. We're here. Hey, guys. Did you have a good night? Yesterday you were exhausted after dinner. During dinner I still had strength, but in the end my body couldn't take it anymore. And you weren't the one who made the most effort during the move. Right, Thomas? He supported us with his incredible presence. Every group needs someone to cheer on the others. I sacrificed myself to assume this great responsibility. We burst into laughter. If it weren't for William, Kate surely would have been much more tense about what happened the day before. Have you ordered? We already have our coffees. And we already ordered yours. I don't think the barista even knew that could be done. Yeah, because it can't. It can't be done. It's not a real order. It's not a real drink. Not everyone's prepared for a palate as fine as Thomas's. Someday I'll get you two to try it, and you see that you won't want anything else. Better sit tight, Thomas. Americano with coconut milk. Just in time. Well, how about it, Emily? There's a brief silence of a few seconds. Oof. Until I finally decide to respond. I didn't expect to find it here. It was a rather strange situation. What I don't get is why you invited her to have dinner with us. I need a palate cleanser after this story in multiple ways. Just remember, she's already dead. Emily's already dead, dude. After everything that you told me, I think I'm missing out. What happened with Emily? Oh boy, let me fill you in on this. Hi, Eldon, welcome in. Actually, I only know Emily from 2 specific moments. The first time I talked to her for a whole morning in a coffee shop, practically identical to this one. And she ended up running away from there when she heard the police sirens. Was she a fugitive? Bro, she had a gun in her purse. The second time she explained why she ran away. And it was out of fear at the time of her partner. That's too bad. So, if Emily's the victim in all of this, you didn't explain the fucking gun scene to them. Your friends would not be letting you hang out with her if they knew she pointed a gun at you, even if it was unloaded. How's it going? Bad. We're getting stalked and drugged and gaslit into thinking it's destiny. I know, dude. Why is it so weird that you were nice to her? Apparently something happened that second time, but Thomas hasn't told me what it was. Let's just say I didn't like what I found out about Emily. And when I did, I decided to get away from her as soon as possible. I can't imagine what could have worried you so much about her. But if your reaction was that, you really must have had a good reason. Kate's look showed concern. The tone of voice in which she spoke was delicate, as if she believed that a bad word would hurt my feelings. I don't know if I did the right thing or not. It was the whole reason he moved away, dude, yeah. But at the time, I didn't want to face that kind of situation. It might have been selfish. Brother, no, it's self-preservation. What are you talking about? She pointed a gun at you. What? I want to choke him. I'm going to choke him. But I wasn't ready. You truly left me intrigued. But if that's what you felt at the time, if you want to get away from her, you can crash at my house. Tomorrow, real estate agents Kate and William will set out to find a new apartment. Don't worry, William. Thanks. When I went up to her apartment yesterday, she explained some things I didn't understand. Truth be told, I really want to believe her. You know you can count on us, right? I know, that's why I also decided to move here. After a few seconds of silence between us, William finally steps in to save the situation. Chop chop, we have a busy schedule today. What's on the agenda? There's a retro arcade downtown and we thought you'd fancy going there. Love really making a man delusional. I know, dude. I know. Ugh. And then we're gonna stop by the bookstore. Why? Are you gonna buy something? And possibly you too. You're all over the place, aren't you? At that moment, I understood everything. Brad Sanders' new book. Damn, he came out with another one already? Already, bro? It's been 2 months and bro's already dropping another book. First it was The Truth, and now it's The Storm. Bro, oh, he's gonna run into fucking Emily at the bookstore again, isn't he? Indeed. This time it's taken him quite a while to release another one of his books. 2 or 3 months since the How often is this motherfucker releasing books? Hello? You can tell he's out of shape. The 3 of us start laughing. I regained my spirits and remembered why I was there. And we headed off to spend the morning in the arcade. We arrived at the arcade. Hi, Tavish. As I walked the door, it looked like I had traveled back in time. Machines that I hadn't seen since childhood, which were old even then. Luminous marquees with games that were the king's more than 3 decades ago. And to top it off, the owner of the place, from time to time, set the mood with a little smoke. As in concerts. I think that they wanted to represent as faithfully as possible what an arcade was like in the 80s and 90s. May I call you Indy? Yeah, you can call me Indy. You can call me Indy, you can call me Dare. You can call me a bunch of stuff. People have their own nicknames for me. As long as I know you're talking to me. And as tobacco is now forbidden nowadays in these kinds of places, they have that idea. What do you think of this ode to video games? I had no idea this place existed. Did we surprise you? Completely. And best of all, you can play on the arcade as much as you want. The entrance fee allows us to stay here all morning playing as much as we want. I like that even more. If you'll excuse me, I just saw that there's a Street Warrior 2 tournament. May we call you handsome? Oh my gosh. He's so silly. Sorry, Street Warrior 2 is such a crazy title. And it's time to show everyone who's been the king of this game back without a trophy. Oh shit. She's like, you better get first place. Count on it. Kate and I were on our own. It was the first time we were going to be without William since I'd arrived in town. And I think it was what I'd truly been waiting for all that time. Would you like to play Final Punch? Ever since you watched the anime, that's all you think about, isn't it? You got me. Let's go. We started playing, and it wasn't long before I decided to ask Kate about Emily. Kate, what was going on with you yesterday at dinner? I don't understand, Thomas. What are you talking about? When you were talking to Emily, you seemed really uncomfortable. I would even say that you got annoyed with her. You could tell Kate was not at ease. She was constantly looking at the ground, as if the answer had fallen there from her brain. A few seconds later, she began to speak. As Emily talked about you, I realized that you two felt something for each other. She spoke of you with affection, even love. I had never thought there was something so deep between you two. And even less knowing you had met only twice. It's difficult to explain. But would that bother you? The possibility of us being together? Thomas, you really don't know? Haven't you realized? I like you, Thomas. I like you very much. See, I fucking called it. I called it. You motherfuckers don't ever see the subtext between two girls talking. I understand. When you're raised in the South, right? You have to learn how to read between the lines of all of the context of what they're saying. It's like fucking nobility. You know, like how the fucking nobles talk in manga and shit like that, and it's like backhanded compliments and shit like that. Oof. Oh my god, Lord Tavish, you're a very, very good owl. Good owl. Hoot hoot. You can call them anything but bad word or empty or itty bitty dairy. Only one person can call them itty bitty dairy. Ibbity bibbity. Yeah, ibbity bibbity. It's because I want to be tiny. I want to be the same size as my Shimaderes. That's how small I want to be. I want to be ibbity bibbity. The size of my Shimaderes on the screen, that's how big I want to be, IRL. I want to be able to eat like a fucking... I want to eat a cracker like it's a giant cookie. I need to read more historical romance manhwas. There's a lot of those backhanded compliments. Yeah. Kate. You don't have to say anything, really. When I met you, I just saw you as a friend. Little by little, my feelings changed until I knew that I wanted to be with you. Up until yesterday, I thought that somehow you might feel the same way about me. I'd be lying if I told you I have no feelings for Emily, or that she didn't confess her feelings. Do you love her? I don't know. I left the city precisely to leave her behind, so I wouldn't be dragged into a life I knew I didn't want, and also to be closer to the two of you, to be with you. At that moment, even though I knew it could hurt her, I decided to tell her what had happened the night before with Emily. But yesterday, you're gonna tell her that you fucked Emily, but you're not gonna tell her that Emily pointed a gun at you? That's where you draw the line? You're like, no, this might hurt, Kate, but I gotta tell her that we fucked, right? But God forbid I let her know that she pointed a gun at me. That's too much for her to know. She might disapprove. Like, I don't know, what the fuck do you... Bitch. Bitch. When you left, Emily carried me to bed as I was very tired. And although I remember practically nothing of what happened, we ended up spending the night together. There was a dreadful silence. I didn't know what else to say. It seems that Kate wanted to say something, but no sound came out of her mouth. I knew it would hurt her, but I also knew that she should know. I'm sorry, Thomas. I need a minute. Kate got up and hurried to the restroom. I knew I had to tell her as soon as possible. Emily was so doing it to isolate Thomas. I could fully 100% believe that. And I don't think there was any way in which I could sugarcoat what had happened. Minutes later, she came back. More relaxed. And without giving me much time to say anything, she asked me directly, "Do you love her, Thomas?" I regret what happened, Kate. I told her this morning, and she also agreed that maybe she pushed me too hard. And even more so knowing that it was not right. Thomas, what happened to make you run away from your city? Thomas? Yeah, sorry. I zoned out for a second. Don't worry. What did you tell Kate? But I said I was gonna choose only the bottom options. Arrgh, it was so tough. Emily is someone I want to forget. I can't. I'm breaking it for this one. It's complicated. You don't have to tell me. I simply want to understand you, Thomas. I met Emily because of a mix-up. You know that. But I admit that on that day, there were certain things that were strange to me. As if she knew exactly what to say to get me more and more interested in her. In addition, some things happened that were not quite normal. It's not complicated. She pointed a... I know, dude. Everybody in here just screaming at Thomas. You fucking idiot. Like when he left suddenly, or some attitude he had during the conversation. Oh, see, they keep mixing up the pronouns in this. They keep accidentally... Unless Emily's a she-he kind of person. Oh my god, Emily's pronouns are she-he. Good for him. Good for him. But the second I saw her, I decided I had to stay away from her no matter how much I liked her. What happened? Emily pulled a gun on me in the coffee shop. What do you mean? Emily had a gun on her, and she pulled it out to shoot you in front of everyone? It was late, and Emily was telling me what happened with her ex-boyfriend. I told her that she had to get as far away from him as possible, even from her own work. Oh shit, this one's in Spanish. This one's in Spanish. Nordy, are you here? Can you translate for me? Nordy, can you translate for me? Or somebody else who speaks Spanish. I'm sorry. I'm a failure as a Mexican. I don't know Spanish. Oh no, Emily is totally listening in and is like, no witnesses allowed. Yeah. Somebody please. I'm gonna type it into Google, I guess. I'm gonna type it in Google Translate. Or I guess we could just do context clues. What does your job have to do with your ex? Oh, thank you. Thank you, Spicy Palm. See, this is why I'm glad so many of you speak Spanish. This is why it's good that I have so many Mexicans in my community. Her ex-boyfriend worked in shady business, and Emily had gotten her position thanks to Seth's shenanigans. I understand. Emily became nervous and pointed her revolver at me to show me how helpless she felt. There was no one in the cafeteria, and the waiter was packing up. But she could have killed you. I knew she had a gun with her from the first time I saw her. She'd also told me that she was carrying it unloaded. But I didn't want to get involved with someone who pulled a gun on me. I wouldn't call gang-related activities shenanigans. Yeah, it's an interesting word choice to use there. I'm sorry that happened, Thomas. I guess I thought I was over it. But when I saw Emily upstairs... Hi, Jeffy. All of those memories came back, without being able to stop them. And on top of everything that happened afterwards, it made the situation not much better. Does she want something else? The next day, I didn't remember anything. Emily was the one who told me everything. We talked calmly, and I told her that it had been a mistake. Kate, I really don't want to be with Emily. But I can't exactly tell you how I feel about you either. Thomas, I will always be here. You know that, don't you? Thank you, Kate. And if at some point, you know, I'll be waiting for you. Even after knowing everything that you've told me. At that moment, William appeared. He did not look very happy. Whoa, sounds like somebody lost the Street Warriors 2 championship. You're adorable. Oh my gosh. She needs a gun to convince Thomas, for real. Yeah, she just needs a point a gun at him and see if he'll fall in love with her too. Just want to say you're fun to hang out with. Yeah, it's fun to hang out with you too. I appreciate you, Jeremy. What happened? One player started mashing buttons, always throwing me the same attack from far away. It was impossible for me to know what he was gonna do, and I got eliminated in the 3rd round. That's me, dude. That's so me. I am what I call a professional button masher when it comes to fighting games. I'm very good at mashing buttons to the point where I can win against fights against people because I'm that good at mashing the buttons. Do I know what I'm doing in the game? Not really. Not really. But have I gotten wins through my button mashing by making it work? Yeah, I have. So you're professionally bad? No. Because I win. Like I said, I'm a professional button masher. I'm not casual. I'm not an amateur. you could cut the tension with a knife. After the conversation with Kate, we were both still at a loss for words. You're very quiet. Did the cat bite your tongue? Don't be ridiculous, William. Why didn't you get past the first screen of Final Punch? Did you get so caught up in your conversation that you forgot about the game? Something like that. Shall we play a few more games and go to the bookstore? Of course. We spent more time playing on various arcade machines. Alright, how much you want to bet that fucking Emily is at the bookstore? She's been waiting for them to arrive at the bookstore so she can bump into him again. How much you want to fucking bet, dude? Little by little, Kate and I went back to normal. You could cut the tension with a knife, or perhaps you could shoot the tension with a gun. But inside, I was really confused. As I told you, I didn't know what I felt about Kate. We arrived at the bookstore. I confess that seeing the shelf lined with Brad Sanders' featured books again didn't do me any good. Although this time, the company, it was very different. I think that I have to reread the previous book. It's been too long since the last one. But the last one was a few months ago, William. In Sandersian years, that's almost decades. You're absolutely right. Thomas, what happened the last time you bought the latest Sanders book? You told us something. Kate was more relaxed than in the arcade. Oh yeah, I saw a dude die. Yeah, he got shot in the fucking alley. He was also holding this book. Isn't that crazy? And that was right after after Emily pulled the gun on me. I put my soul in my socks. Well, let's keep your socks on, buddy. Fortunately, her cheerful mood was back, and I was able to give a break into a feeling I didn't know how to sort out. Have you got your bulletproof vest with you? Why? Kate quickly looked at me quite worried. I didn't know what William was talking about or why he had made such a comment. Did he know about Emily? Didn't someone get shot outside the bookstore where you bought Sanders' latest book? Yeah, kind of. I was having a drink at the cafe when a guy who had just bought the book was shot pretty close. Oh, you hadn't told me anything. I didn't want to worry you. I know how you feel about these things. And I don't worry about you? You're already emotionless, William. That is true. We bought the books, and at that moment, everything came to mind. The last 48 hours had been incredibly intense, and I suddenly started to feel really weak. Thomas, are you okay? You don't look so good, buddy. I've been better, that's true. I think that I'm just a bit dizzy. A move, reunions, a day out. I can't think of a reason. Would you like us to walk you home? No, it's not necessary. I can go alone. I'm really close. I'd feel better if I got you home. Oh yeah, oh wait, we already know Emily's gonna be in his apartment. Oh, true. Thank you, Kate. I appreciate it. I'll call you a cab so you can go to Thomas's, okay? I'll go with you, but I have a meeting in an hour with the publisher for my next game. Why didn't you say something earlier? I didn't want to jinx it, but I don't want you to think that I would leave a friend on his last breath. You're the best at making excuses, William. That's my style. Oh, damn, so Kate's gonna escort us? She's gonna escort me back to the apartment, and then we're gonna open the apartment door, and it's gonna be fucking Emily, probably, like, sitting on the bed and fucking rose petals and shit. We arrived at my apartment a bit later. William had called a cab, and we crossed the town within minutes. Thank you, Kate. I think I can go in on my own. Thomas, I didn't actually go across town to not make sure you're okay. We went into my apartment. Everything was quiet, and little by little, I was feeling better. I'm going to prepare you a calming tea so you can relax and rest for a while. Thanks, Kate. I guess it wasn't easy to tell me all of that. And I understand that's why you're like this. Yeah, dude, William is like #1 fucking wingman for his sister, honestly. I'm sorry I made you remember all of that. The day Emily pointed that gun at me. It was the day Brad Sanders' previous book was released. Oh. Is that why you started to feel weird? Because William asked you about it? Yeah. Actually, since we talked in the arcade, I started to feel better. I guess I didn't want to hide what happened with Emily. Especially not to you. I appreciate that you decided to trust me. Even after what I told you, first and foremost, you're my friend. My best friend. Nah, dude, she's got a 4-leaf clover charm, dude. She's lucky. She won't die. At that moment, Kate and I hugged. I felt Kate's tears on my shoulders. Kate had also endured a great deal in the last few hours. She had managed to open up to me, and my answer hit her like a ton of bricks. And I felt like I might be throwing away the chance to be with someone. That was really worth it. A few minutes later, I drank the tea while chatting with Kate about unimportant things. I was trying to understand why I didn't feel for Kate the same way I felt for Emily. I think I've had too many emotions for today. I'll take you to the bedroom so you can rest. It'll be the best. I opened the bedroom door when we saw somebody within the darkness of the room. It was Emily. Brother, what are you doing in my bed? That is my sacred space. Moshi Moshi? Police, Desu? Hello? Arrest her? Are you fucking kidding me? How did you get in my apartment? She was crying, sitting on, I don't care if you're crying. Get out of my fucking house. What are you doing? You know, last time I saw someone with a lucky charm was in your Valentine's Day thinking, guess who also died? Hey, I'll have you know, I gave that charm to you before I died. So there you go. What are you doing here, Emily? How did you get in my house? The doorman lent me the keys to your apartment. Hello? I'm gonna get that motherfucker fired. Are you kidding me? When he saw me leaving your apartment, I told him that I was your girlfriend and that I had left something in there. I'm reporting that shit to the fucking police, and I'm reporting it to the landlord, and I'm getting that doorman fired. Are you crazy? Yeah, nah, bro, that's crazy. But what are you doing here? It's because of Seth. He knows I live here. In that instant, my whole world fell apart. I had fled from my old city because of that. Because I didn't want to be a part of it. And it hit me full on. Did you see him? Did the police tell you? I've seen him lurking in the street from the window. He was at the cafe across the street the whole afternoon. I guess he was waiting for me to come out. I don't know how he found me, but he did. My brother in Christ called the cops. I know, dude, if he's chilling at the fucking cafe the whole time, why did you not call the police? And tell him, hey, I see him across the street in the fucking cafe. Can you, please, officers, that man over there, please. The only thing I could think of is to come here, because if he's made it this far, he'll know which floor I live. Thomas, I think I'm the third. Well, Kate, please don't leave me. Please don't leave me, Kate. Please don't leave me. Please don't leave me, Kate. Please, 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 please. Please, you are the only thing keeping her from stabbing me in the heart. Kate, please don't abandon me. Please, please, please. Kate, no. Don't leave me, Kate. No, Kate, please. Please don't leave me with this crazy bitch that broke into my house, please. You're already with Emily. If you need anything, just give me a call. I walked Kate out of the apartment. Brother, no! She broke into my apartment, didn't you hear? Kate's face was slowly returning to the same expression she had during the morning in the arcade. Kate, are you okay? Yes. I was simply surprised. Nothing else. I didn't expect Emily to be in the room. Least of all for those reasons. But do you have to be the one to help her? Getting into danger like that? Yeah, Emily said girlfriend on purpose because Kate was there. Probably, yeah. I'm the only person she knows in town. Kate, we will call the police. We'll see what they could do. Thomas, if you think that's what you have to do, just be careful. That's for sure. We'll talk tomorrow, okay? Of course. I rushed back inside and Emily was still sitting on the bed. You could see on her face that she was terrified. She had fled the city precisely to avoid this. And now she had her greatest fear waiting outside her apartment. What exactly happened? I don't know, Thomas. I just saw him through the window and... Calm down, Emily. I can't understand a word. Start from the beginning. What happened when you left my apartment this morning? You know that I only go out to do the shopping or for some occasional photo shoots that I've been hired for. Yesterday I got a request for a photo shoot from a guy, and he wanted to meet a couple blocks away this morning. When I left your apartment, I went to mine to get ready for the photo shoot. When I had everything ready, I made myself coffee to relax before leaving. I looked out the window and there he was. He was walking down the street as if looking for something. Is Seth even real? I don't know. Looking for me. I canceled the photo shoot and I pulled the curtains in the apartment so no one could see me. He found me, Thomas. Do you think he was the one who hired you? Maybe. I'm not sure. I have the set vacation mode in that photo app so I can no longer be commissioned for photo shoots. I don't know what to do, Thomas. Did you call the police? I called the agent who had been helping me in our old city. She told me not to leave the house and to try to be with someone at all times. She also told me that she would talk to her contact here and let me know if they were able to locate him. Truth be told, Emily, I don't know what to tell you. Can I ask you for a favor, Thomas? Of course. I'm afraid Seth finds out where I live and will one day show up at my apartment door. I know what I'm going to ask you may not be the best of ideas, especially after what happened between us, but can I come and live with you for a while? Oh, brother. Thomas. It's the first time I hear about Emily and you living together. It's not a time I feel like remembering too much. Especially as this is the starting point of everything. This is why I came here. I understand, Thomas. When Emily asked to live with me, I didn't know what to say. On one hand, I knew I didn't want Emily in my life. Emily's the person who you love, but at the same time, you're certain you don't want in your life at all. But I had no choice. Besides, Emily wasn't to blame for what was happening to her. Just the opposite. She was the victim. I guess, yeah. You're not so sure, are you? Do you think Seth should find her? No, of course not. Well, I don't know. It's true that everything is really confusing. Maybe if you'd found her earlier, nothing would have ended the way it did. I get it, Thomas. But we'll get to that later. Go on. She ended up living with me. Emily talked to her landlord and told him that she was going to be gone for a few months, but she would keep paying the rent. Why did she do that? Wasn't it better to just leave the apartment or just not say anything to him? Emily suspected that Seth could be in contact with the landlord or people close to him, so she wanted to check if Seth disappeared when he found out. Kind of far-fetched. It also crossed my mind for a moment, but I didn't give it a second thought. I went up to her apartment to get her things, and she settled into the room I used for work. Since there was a small guest bed in that room, there were no major problems. Emily's apartment was then empty, but she kept on paying rent. Isn't it? Exactly. Emily also thought that Seth might, at some point, try to get into that apartment, so we set up a camera. That way, if we saw him, we could call the police. Emily was really well prepared. When we were preparing everything, she seemed confident, as if she had been planning for that all along, or as if she was used to it. Yeah, dude, this was her fucking goal. As soon as she tried to sleep with you to try to coerce you into the relationship and it didn't work, her plan B was, oh no, Seth is back. You have to save me. I'll have to move in with you now. I'm sorry, I just don't believe her at all. Yeah, moving one floor down is not an effective evasive strategy. I know, dude. Yeah, for real. That's why I'm like extra suspicious. When your life is in danger, the mind gets ready for anything, entering into fight or flight mode. It may be. Did you live together for a long time in the end? Not so much, just enough to make it difficult. What do you mean? Was it difficult to live with Emily? It was complicated. Most of the day was like living with a friend. I was the one who went out to buy food and other things we needed. She was in charge of doing the housework. I suppose it was because Emily couldn't leave the house for her own safety. Exactly. In the end, the priority was for Emily to not be seen by Seth for a while. The problem was those days when Emily acted as if we were a couple. In which way, Thomas? Sometimes she would call me pet names. Other times she talked to me as if she was in her own home, forgetting that she was in my apartment because I was helping her. I don't know, things like that. Well, after all, Emily had feelings for you. She'd already told you. Yeah, of course, but we'd already agreed that what happened that night was a mistake, and that it was better to be friends. It's one thing to say, Thomas, but feelings are complicated to control. Anyway, it was quite complicated of a situation to let her behave like that. Each person faces dangerous situations in different ways, Thomas. Emily, at best, coped with it by trying to live a normal life. I don't know, it sounds manipulative, and Miss Therapist, what are you doing? I know, dude. This therapist is probably fucking one of the best friends of Emily or some shit like that with how she's acting. I don't know, she's very pro Emily. And what's more normal than living with your significant other? But we weren't dating. That's the issue. We weren't dating, and I told her no. It makes a lot of sense, but it was very confusing. I guess it was hard to blow for Kate. It was worse than I had first imagined. I have a feeling she might be Emily. Oh my god, faked her own death in order to pretend to be the psychiatrist that's trying to get a confession out of you for supposedly killing her, even though she's right in front of you, just with like a wig and glasses. Imagine if it's Emily disguised and manipulating their thoughts for her convenience. That'd be fucking crazy. Emily Amelia Perez herself a second time. Holy shit, dude. At first, Kate would come home, but her tension with Emily grew and grew. Worse than moving day dinner? And that day I thought it was a one-time thing, but whatever Emily said, Kate misunderstood it and looked really uncomfortable. What kind of comments did Emily say that made her uncomfortable? Emily could comment on something related to the day-to-day. Or she would grab me by my arm or something like that. Yeah, she's pretending to be the girlfriend in front of her in order to drive her away because she knows that she likes you. She's trying to assert her dominance, dude. Rearrange the letters and Noah and you get Emily. Yeah, totally. Yeah, that's how it works. Oh my god, you've cracked the code, Leonix. I understand. It's normal, knowing how she felt about you. The worst part was that there was nothing I could do to fix it. I was a prisoner of a situation I hadn't even chosen. As the days passed, Kate stopped saying she would drop by. And in less than a week, she told me that she would no longer be coming home as long as Emily was there. That it hurt her very much to see her, and that she would rather not suffer like that. But you kept on hanging out, didn't you? Or like a novella, the therapist ended up being the evil twin and Emily was the good one. Oh my god. Could be. Only one way to find out. At first, yes. Sometimes with William and sometimes with just the two of us. Just the two of us. We can make it if we try. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. There were too many problems. In a very short span, we had gotten used to seeing each other almost every day. A few weeks later, Kate stopped looking forward to our meeting. She made all kinds of excuses. If it hadn't been for William, I don't think I would have seen her for a long time. Thomas, Kate's feelings for you are very strong. She had a fight with someone who made you feel exactly like that. Someone who, on top of that, you couldn't ignore in any way. Someone who needed you. It must have been really hard for Kate. Did you manage to get your feelings in order during that time? I mean, think of how Kate feels that her crush is living with just some friend out of town and he admitted to sleeping with her too. And also that she pointed a gun at him and he still loves her. And that they only met like twice. And meanwhile, she's known him for years. Yeah. And then every single time he's like, well, I gotta let her stay with me because her crazy ex is like stalking the place. And then every time you go to visit him at the house, because he reassures you that they're not anything, she's coming up to him and she's holding his arm. And she's like, darling, sweetie Pookie Bear, could you go get the tea set for me? While she's like glaring at Kate. Like, come on, dude. I'd punch her in the nose. Holy shit. Because he said that she was calling him like pet names too. So she was probably calling his ass Pookie Bear and shit too. No. When I think about the time I spent alone with Kate, I just remember it was the best time of my day. Thomas is lost in the sauce, I know, dude. We chat about video games, movies, and the books we were reading. Yeah, and schmuckins. Every day that we spent together, I realized that Kate had things I'd only thought I'd seen in Emily. What did you discover that you hadn't seen in Kate before? The feeling that we truly seemed to always think alike. It may sound silly, but it seemed that when I started a sentence, she could have finished it exactly as I imagined it. It's something very similar to what you had told me you saw in Emily. You hadn't discovered it until now? I guess distance keeps you from discovering things that when you're physically with someone, you pick up in a second. So how did you feel about Kate at that time? It was... Kate, for me, I don't know. As much as I think about her, I just think she was my friend. Maybe more, but I can't figure out my feelings for Kate. When you were at the arcade machines, Kate decided to be honest with you. Do you think you were honest with her? I think so. When Kate opened up her feelings to me like that, I knew I couldn't keep my history with Emily from her. Are you talking about the gun, Thomas? Yes. I didn't want to relive that situation all over again. But I felt like I had to be honest with Kate. Tell her the truth. And I wanted her to know that Emily, even if I had feelings for her, was not the person I wanted to spend the rest of my life with. And who was this person, Thomas? Who would you want to spend the rest of your life with? I'm beginning to think that maybe with Kate. You told me that when Emily started living in your house, it was only temporary. But I don't quite understand. How could you know if Seth would leave or if he would break into her apartment so you could call the police? We knew Emily would no longer be able to return to her apartment. Even if Seth no longer thought she lived there, going back would be too dangerous. So you were simply waiting for things to calm down. And even be able to look for another place to live. Exactly. But it was complicated. Her contact at the police told him to continue living with me. Oh, her contact at the police told her to keep living with you? Is that what it is? That's what she told you? Did you hear that from the contact themselves? We put up a for rent sign on our apartment. I don't quite understand that. Did you want to rent Emily's apartment? No, it was simply another trap for Seth. If anyone was interested, the number listed was one of Emily's contacts at the police. If it was Seth, they would immediately go after him. I understand. Not only that, Emily's lease didn't state that she couldn't sublet it to any of the rooms. Yeah, I know, dude. I'm like side-eyeing the hell out of this. So, considering that she told the landlord she would be out for a few months, well, it wasn't so rare. Not even for the landlord. Then, how long were you going to be waiting for Emily to be able to move in? Because time could simply pass without Seth showing any signs of life. At first, I didn't think about that. But as time went by, I began to realize that this could go on forever. And considering how it was affecting my friendships, well, I was worried that we wouldn't see a time when Emily would take the step to move to another apartment, or to start fresh again. By the way, Thomas, I have a question. Did you pay for everything? Wasn't Emily working doing some photo shoots? During that time, Emily continued working, but not doing photo shoots. The majority of her income was from work she did on photo retouching websites. Anyway, I was the one who did all the shopping. She was already paying her rent. So I never said anything about giving me any money. And did she happen to say anything? Not directly. But she suggested it a couple of times. I simply told her that it didn't matter. During all that time with Emily, did anything happen between the two of you again? Something like what happened during the moving night? Are you asking if she ever made a move on me? Yes. Several times. As I told you, Emily often confused her stay in my apartment. She thought we were just a normal couple. Sometimes she would come up to my bedroom quite naturally, arguing that she didn't want to sleep alone. She thinks she's slick with it. She's not. I see. Put your clothes back on. Put your clothes back on. Cover yourself. Other times she would appear next to me half naked like the night of the move. She would talk to me, tell me we both felt the same way about each other. But I always tried to make the situation clear. I used to tell her that she was in quite the delicate moment of her life. Even mine. And that I didn't want to complicate things more than necessary. After a while, things calmed down and we didn't talk about it again. According to what you told me, Thomas, there was a day when Emily rubbed your relationship with Caden. Yeah. What triggered that argument? I don't know why this is reading to me like seeing it from the eyes of a victim of manipulation. Maybe because all of the red flags he's ignoring. Yeah, I mean, I came up with that theory at the very beginning, and it has not yet been proven wrong at all. There has been no sign to show that it has been proven wrong at all. If anything, it just made her look even more suspicious as we go through, dude. What triggered that argument? Well, it was the day Emily confessed to me that she was pregnant. Huh? With whose baby? Not fucking mine. Not mine. Better get a DNA test on that motherfucker. She's so baby trapped. I know, dude. This is like classic fucking, like a psychological manipulation and abuse, dude. I know, novella moment. Da Baby, Chapter 5. Jealousy. I confess when I woke up that day, I didn't expect it to be the day my whole life would change. It was the weekend, and fortunately, I didn't have to work. There have been several days in which I had been a bit distant. Even with Emily. I had the final deadline of a project at work, and during all that time, I'd only separated from my laptop to get something to eat. But that day, at last, I could chill for a while. Or so I thought, as I was leaving my bedroom. Good morning, Thomas. Hey, Emily. Did you manage to finish last night what you were working on? I heard you went to bed very late. Yeah, luckily. I had a little left, so I was working up until quite late in the night. But at last, I'm now free. Now you have the week off, right? Yeah, kinda. I worked overtime a lot, so I have some free days now. I have 7 days accumulated to rest and relax. Have you thought of something to celebrate? Well, I was planning at chilling at home today. I'll play something and give William and Kate a call to see if they feel like going out to have dinner. Will they come home? I don't think so. William had talked about a new Indian restaurant that opened up downtown. But does William know that you don't like Indian food? He made me promise to give it a chance. Not that I'm looking forward to it. How do you not like Indian food, dude? It's so fucking good. Like, even babies like butter chicken. Like, what are you talking about, bro? What do you mean you don't like Indian food? Yeah, dude, it's fucking delicious. You have the freshly baked garlic naan, right? And then like I mean, of course you can go with like butter chicken. Just honestly, so many different types of curry are so good. And then you dip the naan in like the sauce. I'm a big fan of the paneer curries. I'm a big fan of like the paneer cheese. Those are really good. I'm also a big fan of chicken too. And then whenever I go to an Indian restaurant, I always order a mango lassi. That's my favorite thing to order on the menu is the mango lassi along with my food. Especially because if the curry is spicy, then the mango lassi helps cool you down afterwards, and it's very yummy, very delicious. If you hate Indian food, I'll have none of it. Yeah, dude, like there's so many good Indian food. That's crazy. And bring me some when you get back. What's a hi, Space? Welcome in. Now I'm in the mood for Indian food. I know, dude, I'm fucking hungry. I'm getting hungry. I'm still thinking about that garlic naan. Curry. Yeah, dude. You can't go wrong with a good curry. Yeah, sure. I'll bring you something with tikka masala or some samosas. Oh god, dude, I love samosas. Oh yeah, those are I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry. Yeah, it's like midnight. I'm thinking about garlic. Yeah, it's 2:34 a.m. for me, and I'm thinking about garlic naan as well. And oh god, some vegetable samosas would kill so hard right now. Fuck you, game. I'm so hungry now. That's the only thing you know about Indian food, don't you? You saw through me. We both started laughing. The lighthearted moments with Emily could often be the highlight of the day. They tended to be quite short, though. Look, I'm gonna bring a bottle of Fenny. I do understand about that. Fenny? What's that? It's a quite famous liqueur in India. Well, there's no need, Thomas. With some vegetarian samosas, I'll be more than happy. Yeah, the veggie samosas are really good. I've had a lot of the vegetarian curries and dishes. Because my roommate's vegetarian, so usually he's the one ordering, and then I just get to eat some of it. Well, he's like mostly vegetarian. He eats fish sometimes, but yeah, for the most part he's vegetarian. So I've eaten a lot of the vegetarian dishes with him, and they're really good. Like I said, I have a big soft spot for the paneer dishes. I love me some cheebs. Me too, I love a biryani. Ooh, yeah, biryani's yummy. I don't understand. Don't you want to try it? It's not that I don't want to. It's just that I can't. Is something wrong? Are you taking any pills? No, it's not that. Since we've been living together, our relationship has become so cold, distant. We've had a difficult relationship, so to say. I know. But I thought after what happened that night, we had managed to connect in a deeper way. We've already talked about it, Emily. It was a mistake. I was precisely at my best, and you may have pushed me harder than you should have. Especially because of the state I was in. Yeah, he couldn't consent, dude. He was drunk. You can't jump on him. He wasn't able to properly consent goes both ways, okay? Okay? I know, Thomas. But things have changed since that day. What has changed? That happened 2 months ago? I haven't been feeling quite right lately. And I ordered something on the internet. You knew they couldn't see you, Emily. You are endangering us all. I took safety measures. They left the parcel at the door, and I didn't open the door until the courier left. But what did you order? She ordered a pregnancy test. You could have asked me to buy it for you. If it was this, Thomas. At that moment, I was shocked. It was a pregnancy test. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Emily, what is this? It's a pregnancy test. I know what it is. You think I thought it was a COVID test? I'm pregnant. And you're the father. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I had to sit down immediately. Even today. The fuck I ate. I don't know if I got over all of that. But before that night, Thomas, since Seth disappeared almost a year ago, I had not been with anyone. Emily, I need to think. Of course. I quickly went to my bedroom. I've never felt this way before. Trapped by a decision I don't even remember making. From someone I wanted to forget months ago. Calmer, but with trembling hands, I texted Kate. I didn't know exactly what I wanted to tell her, nor if I really wanted to tell her at all. So I simply texted her, "Hello." I left my cell phone on the bed, but a few minutes later I got a text back from Kate. "Hello, Thomas. Is there something wrong? I just wanted to talk to you." Bless you, roommate. Yeah, my roommate was sneezing in the background. Show me the test first. I ain't budging. I know. Okay. Today, something happened to me, and I wanted to talk to a friend. Has something happened with Emily? When is it not fucking Emily, dude? Are you okay? No, I'm not. I'm fine. Yes. It's just, I found out something I'd like for it to be a dream. Is Seth back? No. Can we meet? I just feel like meeting you right now. Of course. Shall we meet at the arcade? It's a good middle ground between my apartment and yours. Perfect. Your roommate has a father seat. He does. He does sneeze like an old man. Yeah. I'm on my way. I took off my pajamas and put on the first thing I saw in the closet. I hurried out of my bedroom, ready to walk out the door without a second thought. But as soon as I opened the door to my room, there was Emily. Thomas. Are you okay? I just need to clear my head. Of all the things I expected to hear today, this was not one of them. I didn't expect it either, Thomas. At that moment, I lost my temper, and raising my voice louder than normal, I told Emily everything that I was feeling at that moment. Emily, I was drunk. You pushed me, and you didn't even take any precautions? I was in no condition. I don't remember anything beyond saying no to you several times. Do you think you're the only one who feels like that? Bruh, hold on. I need to drink some water. I gotta reset, dude. I'm so... Oh my god. Just give me... I gotta cool out. I gotta hydrate, dude. I could feel the steam building in my head. I'm about to have steam coming out of my ears. Okay. Yeah, I mean, like legit, Ren. Like actually, yeah. Completely true. Set this somewhere and I don't know what to do. This isn't about that right now. This is about the fact that... Oh my god, she's diverting. I'm not even in my apartment. And every day that goes by, I feel like a burden to you. And to your friends. At that moment, my cell phone rang. Kate was calling me. Emily, who could see, was calling me. And at that point, she also began to raise her voice. It's because of Kate, isn't it? What are you talking about? If it weren't for Kate, it might have even been good news. What are you talking about? I thought there was something between us. What are you talking about? Brother! At that moment, Emily grabbed the cell of my hand, and she quickly sought out my conversation with Kate. Was the news so horrible that you wished it was just a dream? Yes. Emily, please. You're going with her now, aren't you? Goodbye, Emily. I quickly snatched the cell phone from her hands and slammed the apartment door. I closed that door with no intention of opening it again. What was I supposed to do? I was completely overwhelmed by the situation. I arrived at the arcade. Kate was on one of the benches in the food court. Her face when she saw me changed from a slight smile to concern. What happened, Thomas? You don't look so well. I didn't know who to talk to, Kate. The situation with Emily. I don't know what to do. Since you started living with her, I confess that I've been avoiding you. I guess you could have used a little support. No, Kate, you are not to blame for anything. It's just that... something happened. You said something before while texting. What happened? Emily is pregnant. Even though we were a room full of noise and music, at that moment, I noticed a silence that flooded the entire room. Kate's face was completely blank. Her eyes were trying to read me, but I didn't even know what she was looking for. But... has Emily been seeing anyone? No. According to her, in the last few months, she was only with me that one night. Kate made a move as if she wanted to leave, but quickly stopped. What do you want me to do, Thomas? Why did you want me to see? To give me the wonderful news? To tell me you were going to be parents? Kate, you know what happened that night. I just know that you've been with her all this time. With the girl for whom, on top of everything, you have deep feelings. A girl who, right now, may be desolate in your living room. Sorry. I shouldn't have called you. A few seconds passed. The longest seconds of my entire life. But then a calmer Kate took over the conversation. You know this has to be very hard for me to hear. But I get that for you has not been any easier. Shall we go somewhere quieter? When you told me you wanted to talk, I thought you might want a more relaxed setting. I didn't expect for you to tell me something like that. Of course. Along the way, neither of us uttered a word. Although the tension in the atmosphere was no longer so high, that short walk to the cafeteria helped us put our thoughts into order. What are you gonna do, Thomas? I don't know. Kate still believes that he's in love with Emily after all, right? Well, I mean, he's straight up said that he does love Emily, but he doesn't want to be with her, right? So he straight up told her, yeah, I'm in love with Emily, but also I don't want to date her. So, but then she moves in with him, and whenever she did go to visit, she would like constantly like hold onto his arm and call him pet names and like all that stuff. So clearly she's probably like, okay, well, he just doesn't want to admit that they're dating, right? Like, it feels like maybe he's stringing her on, you know? Yeah, and Emily does call herself, like, his girlfriend a lot, even though he's like, we're not dating. We're not dating. Stop calling me that. We're not together. I don't know. Thomas, Emily is not to blame. What? Kate? What are you talking about? What do you mean? Emily's not to blame, bro. She assaulted him. She could have stopped or taken some precautions or listened to me when I told her no, even though I was drunk. And I told her no a bunch of times. And to not find ourselves in this situation. You don't know what really happened that night. You don't remember it well. And Emily's always said that it was a sweet moment between the two of you. Yeah, but she could be fucking lying, Kate. She could be lying. For all I know, this pregnancy scare is also fake, that she's fucking manufactured because she saw that things were starting to slip into cold territory and she needed another way to reel me back in even though we were living together. So she probably made up a fucking fake baby scare, you know? Probably got like a dog or something to piss on it or something to get the fucking pregnancy positive. I don't know. It could be anything with Emily, dude. Yeah, no worries, Tavish. Take care of yourself. Yeah, it does touch on darker subjects. So if you guys, you know, if you need to do what you gotta do to keep yourself mentally safe, I totally 100% understand, okay? You just do whatever you gotta do for yourself. Get some nice warm tea. Relax, you know. Watch some cute kitten videos on YouTube. Some cute kibby videos. I have in the Discord, if you're in the Discord, I have a channel dedicated to cute animals where we post a whole bunch of cute animal videos. I mostly post cats in there, but there's other animals in there too. If you want to watch those. You want me to write a trigger warning and pin it? Yes, please. Yeah, please. Because I did ask the dev, I was like, do they go into, he's like, oh, they don't go into detail. It's very lightly touched upon. So I was like, okay. But yeah, just in case. We'll put up the trigger warning for it. For sure. I'm avoiding my share of responsibility in this, aren't I? I'm not judging you, Thomas. I just know that as much as Emily isn't exactly my best friend, now maybe the best place for you to be next to is her. Those last words were virtually unheard. As Kate told me about Emily, you could see she was still breaking more and more inside, trying to put herself in my shoes, and even in Emily's. Sorry again, Kate. We'll have time to talk. Have you made up your mind about what you're going to do? Yes. I have to go back. Thomas, just one thing. What is it, Kate? I want you to know that, as hard as it is for me to say, I will always be by your side. I know, Kate. Everything I've told you about my feelings for Emily, or for you, it hasn't changed at all. Even if that means complicating things even more. It'd be great if we could just change our feelings with a click, wouldn't it? As if we were in a video game. Kate's face showed a slight smile. Even understanding. It's a pity that life has no checkpoints. That there's no respawn point to change our actions and decisions. I have to go, Kate. I know. Yeah, I think that's fine. I think that's fine. I think it's a good trigger warning. Thank you, Leonix. I know. Every step I took towards my apartment became more difficult. Although I managed to put my emotions in order, what should I do? It was in front of my apartment door. I knew that the responsibility for everything that had happened was Emily's. But it was also mine. Not only that, I had blamed someone who was going through the worst time of her life. Brother, she still made a bad choice. She still did a bad thing. People can go through bad situations and still make bad decisions and do bad things. Okay? It's not an excuse. Bro, if this is me, I'm gonna get that test. I know, dude. I'm gonna get that DNA test, brother. Someone whose main flaw was to have fallen in love with me. Besides, she tried to suppress her love for me, even though she knew it was mutual, because of fear of what it might entail. I reached into my pockets to get my keys. Undecided, I knew what was waiting for me behind that door. Then, without warning, a dry sound was heard upstairs. A gunshot? At Emily's apartment. I always carried keys to both apartments with me, just in case. So I quickly went upstairs. Once upstairs, I checked my cell phone. There was no notification from the camera app. If someone had come in, we would have known. Emily hadn't called me either. I didn't want to worry her more than necessary, and even more so in that state. I went into his apartment and kept hearing the same noise. I checked everywhere, but I didn't find anything. The noise was muffled, as if I were in a completely empty cathedral. At least there was no sign of Seth. One problem less. Finally, I had the sensation of hearing a faint dripping sound coming from the kitchen. Oh, but she turned off the water. I bent down and finally there was the problem. The plumbing breakdown that welcomed me into my apartment had refused to be fixed. At that moment, as I was getting up under the carpet that connects the dining area, a rather strange rustling sound rang out. Is something wrong, Thomas? What happened then? From here on, my memories. We're approaching the moment where your life changed completely. This is normal. Just try to make one last effort. What did you do at that moment? I checked what was underneath the carpet, man. All the apartments in that building were very similar. And I was surprised that under the carpet there was a loose wooden tile. I carefully removed the carpet as if I was stepped on by some furniture. When I lifted the wooden tile, I couldn't believe my eyes. Inside a box, Emily's gun. After all, she never told me she would get rid of it. But in that box, there was so much more. A passport, and the name of a certain Emma. Different photos of me, which I didn't remember having taken. I was right, she's a fucking stalker! She's a stalker, bro. As if she had been following me in the previous city. And several notes, and notes where you could see lists of games and places I used to go. Oh my god, I fucking called it. I called it from the beginning. Step 1, when we fucking met her, I was like, bro, she reads like a stalker, dude. In addition to 2 small empty jars. At that moment, I didn't know what to think. Could I be misunderstanding everything? Candid photos? You mean professional stalker? I know, dude. What was this all about? Who was Emily? I had to find out immediately. So I went determinedly to my apartment to talk to Emily. I closed the door to Emily's apartment. The hallway remained quiet, as if nothing had happened, but then I started to hear loud banging downstairs, as if someone was knocking on a door with his fist with all his might. And before we'd even made it downstairs, I began to hear a male voice shouting at the top of his lungs. Emma! I know you're here. Oh, I hurried down the stairs. And as soon as I got to the hallway of my apartment, I saw him. Someone I would surely try to avoid on the street. Tall, strong, dark and handsome. What was he doing in my house? Who was Emma? Bro, you just saw the fucking passport. She's Emma. Emily is Emma. It could be. Hey, what are you doing here? He gave me a nasty look, as if all of that was not with me. Who are you? I'm looking for Emma. This is my house, and no Emma lives here. His expression began to change radically, as if his fury did not fit inside of him. What do you mean there's no Emma here? I saw her through the window a few minutes ago. Are you in cahoots with her? Are you protecting her? I'm not in cahoots with anyone, and I don't know who this Emma is either. At that moment, the anger took me over, and in a direct way, I asked him. Besides, the one who should be asking the questions is me. This is my apartment. Who are you? Who am I? Who am I? Why do you care? 'Cause you're in front of my door, motherfucker. What do you mean? At that moment, I knew. Seth had found Emily. So that's how you met Seth? Yes. You were always very vague in telling me what happened that day. Now everything's starting to make sense. My memories here are blurry. That's why it's so hard for me to try and tell what happened. Why was Seth yelling Emma? Up until now, I hadn't been able to understand that. Who was Emma? Why was he shouting that name to call Emily? It was clear that Emily's identity was added to the mystery surrounding her. But when I saw what was under that wooden tile in the kitchen, there was a passport with that name. Was Emily's true identity Emma? Gotta love when gang members use the term cahoots. Yeah, dude. Why had she lied to me all this time? It's like if Leonix changed to Leonard. Yeah. Oh my god. Who was Emily really? Or Emma? Could it have been a way to protect herself from Seth? The name in the passport was Emma, not Emily. If the passport was real, and I had not seen one with the name Emily. The most logical thing is that her real identity was Emma, and that she introduced herself with a fake one. What reason could she have for doing that? You met in a cafe by chance. I'm starting to think that maybe it wasn't such a coincidence. And that she didn't want him to be able to know who she really was. In any case, no matter how it was, Emily's cover had been blown. Yes. When I realized who he really was, Seth, I knew everything would be over that day. One way or another. Before we move on to what happened with Seth, I would like to talk a bit further about some things. Of course. When you woke up that day and started talking to Emily, It was when she told you all of that. That she was pregnant. Yeah. Why did you react that way? Because I wasn't even in a relationship with her. And she coerced that in the first place. It's not like you even wanted to fuck her. Like, what are you talking about? Why did you react that way? What are you talking about? What? I feel like I'm going insane, dude. What do you mean, why did you react that way? Wouldn't a sane person react that way? You were really aggressive. Oh, my bad, professor. My bad, therapist. What do you mean? I'm gonna fucking scream, dude. I felt completely overwhelmed by the situation. We were talking in a relaxed way, and all of a sudden, she told me that. But it wasn't Emily's fault. Why does everybody keep saying it's not her fault? What? Am I missing something? What do you mean? Why does everybody keep saying that it's not her fault? Like, what are you talking about? I didn't see it that way at the time. I have no memory of the night I spent with Emily. Prank day, I know, dude. I only remembered being very reluctant to want to be intimate with her. And I know she pushed me to make it happen. Yeah, she assaulted you, dude. Like, what? That's not your fault. That is, in fact, her fault. I'm going sicko mode. I'm going fucking crazy. But you don't remember what happened next? Yeah, because I was drunk. AKA not able to consent. What do you... Like, what? Come on, man. Come on. So after talking to Kate, I reflected on the whole thing. I didn't know what exactly happened, but I knew that Emily and I had to be together for all of it. You were under a lot of pressure. Actually, it took you very little time to react as you should have. I guess. But it wasn't worth much either. Emily was happy? With pregnancy? Yes. I never knew. Of course, when she told me, she had some emotion in her words. But I could never know if she wanted to have that baby. Brother, she literally said, quote, "If it wasn't for Kate, this would be good news." She was happy because she thought she was going to finally be able to get together with you. You told me before that you told me this, that your relationship with Kate had weakened. That she barely answered your messages. Why did you text Kate at that time? Because she was the first person I thought of. Many times I have doubts about what to do, who to trust, about what to say or who to say it to. When I found out that Emily was pregnant, I knew exactly who I wanted support from, who I wanted by my side. It may have been the only thing I did decisively that day. I have no doubt about that. And Kate was there? Yes. Although the relationship was weakened by everything that happened with Emily, Kate was there. And I understood her. If I hadn't been in the situation, I don't know if I would have been so understanding. How did Kate take it all? Bad. Incredibly bad. But she was extremely kind. Kate understood all of that. I told her how it went that night with Emily. And that, while it may have been partly to... Well, I may have been partly to blame. No, you weren't. No, you weren't. In the end, Emily was the one who wanted to force the situation. True, true, true. Stay strong, brother. Stay strong, brother. Don't let him gaslight your ass. It's not an easy thing to rationalize. Yeah, I mean, we got to talk about it. Anybody can be taken advantage of in those types of situations, regardless of gender, of both the victim and the perpetrator. It's important to have those discussions, I feel like. You know? Indeed. It's clear that Kate loved you. even if it meant sharing you or even losing you. She's always shown it. Back to Emily. When do you think she became suspicious of all of that? When we spent that night, since I didn't remember anything, I didn't know if we had used protection. I didn't know if Emily took anything for that. And I admit it didn't cross my mind up until she confessed that. But Emily should have known better. Of course. I never had the chance to ask her. Nor was there much time. But if she really knew about all of that, why didn't she do something the next day? With any emergency contraceptive? Yes. It would have been the most logical thing to do. If she had purchased a pregnancy test online, why not that? Thomas, many people have passed through here wanting to forget their past, and I assure you it's not as easy as you make it out to be. 1,000 things could have crossed her mind. Believing that it was no big deal, or even wishing it in her subconscious that it would happen. Okay, but you understand why that's bad, right, therapist? You understand why that's not a good thing. I hadn't thought of it that way. If there's something in the human being that is hard to understand, it's the brain. And it's in these circumstances that we understand it the least. Before going on with what you were telling me, the moment you met Seth for the first time, I want to ask you a question, Thomas. Why did you have Emily's house keys with you? Actually, that wasn't Emily's idea. It was mine. Emily didn't know you had a copy of her house keys with you? No. When I brought Emily's things down to my apartment, she gave me her key. But once we finished all that, she asked me to give it back to her. Before giving them back, I made a copy. Why did you do that, Thomas? I knew Emily didn't want me to do that, but I thought it was really important. Why? I was risking a lot for her, and it was important that if Seth showed up, I could be prepared. But when I went upstairs and I saw what was under that tile, not only the passport, I didn't know how to react. I didn't notice you saying anything special to me, Tom. Whoa, God, what do you mean? You didn't notice you saying anything special? She said that there were candid photos of him that were taken without his consent. All notes about all about his schedule and his interests and his likes. 2 empty bottles. Who knows what's in those? And a fake passport and a gun. And you're like, no, nothing really stood out to me though. I don't know. It doesn't really sound suspicious to me. I'm firing your ass. Let me get a new therapist, bro. What are you talking about? What is going on? What is going on, dude? Is this actually just Emily in a fucking wig and glasses? I'm gonna flip my shit. Emily had, in addition to the gun and the passport with the name on Emma, much more. Notes with the places I used to visit. That could very well be the sites you would recommend her, couldn't it? What? What? Well, it's true that I think we talked about all of that, but what about the photos? There were pictures of me I didn't know she had taken. I began to think the worst. Maybe there was an explanation for everything. Brother, what are you? Oh my fucking God, bro. Oh my God, I'm like hyperventilating, dude. I need more water. This therapist is fucking insane, dude. I would have walked out way further than now. I think the reasonable question here is, did you tell the police about this? I know, dude. That you exaggerated a situation that was not that big of a... Oh my fucking God. Everything this therapist says just gets worse and worse, dude. What are you talking about? I'm exaggerating shit? What? Why is this therapist manipulative? I know, dude. This has to be Emily. I think we were initially joking about this being Emily in a wig and glasses, but now I feel like this has to be. Dude, I'm wigging the fuck out. This has to be Emily in disguise. There's no fucking way. After all, Emily was in love with you. And she worked as a photographer. She could have been preparing a surprise for you. Or even something you had agreed upon that you didn't remember. Remember that you are here because of many of those memories that are fuzzy. Memories you don't have sorted out. No, we just had to prove Emily was also Seth. Yeah, we need some wholesome horsiery. Oh my gosh. It could be. So, at this point, I need you to tell me what happened that day. Are we finally gonna learn how we fucking killed her? What triggered everything you're here for? The real reason I'm helping you. How did you kill Seth? Oh. So he killed Seth and he killed Emily? Chapter 6. The Incident. Seth and I stood for a few seconds looking at each other, completely still, without saying anything, until after a few moments he decided to speak first. Are you still there? What do you want? I've just told you, this is my apartment. Who do you think lives here and does not live here? Seth came close to me. I could almost feel his breath on my face. But I don't know why. I knew he didn't want to hurt me. You don't know who you're helping. Get away while you can. If you don't, I guarantee you'll regret it sooner rather than later. His gaze was not that of someone who wanted to threaten me. I felt his words as honest advice. Even today, I find it hard to understand what happened at that time. Seth turned towards the door, and he called Emily back. Or Emma. Emma, just know that your little friend isn't going to distract me. Either you come out or I'll have to make you. And I don't think you want your new boyfriend to see you leaving his apartment like that. At that moment, I tackled Seth. Whether it was because of an anger or because of the way he was talking to Emily, I couldn't take it anymore. But Seth quickly managed to block me. I didn't stand a chance against him. What are you doing? Drop it before you get hurt. I'll tell you again. This has nothing to do with you. The way he patronized me clashed with the aggressiveness he used to talk to Emily. Soon after that, we began hearing noises inside the apartment. Enough! Emily shouted loudly and echoed in the hallway. And little by little, we watched as the door began to open. Seth, stop it! Thomas has nothing to do with all of this. So that's the name of your new little friend. Do you want to talk? Okay, let's talk. But then you leave immediately. You know it's not as simple as that. Let's talk first. Seth came into my apartment. Hello, anybody want to ask me for fucking permission? This is my apartment, bitch. Y'all can do it in your apartment. You know, the one you're still paying rent on? And I went in after him. Emily led him into the living room, and there they started talking. What do you want to talk about, Emma? Everything's already been said. Isn't there someone you forgot to ask? I know, dude. You know you can't be here. I've started a new life in this city. Emma is dead. Please, let me go on with my life. Forget about me. That's not what you said when I met you. It was all begging, asking for help, and money. I don't want your dirty money. You never cared how dirty it was to use it. What do you want? For me to come back with you and look like a happy couple? You know perfectly well that if it were up to me, I would have let you go long ago. You think your job was something you could quit overnight? I was out of town for a while. You know exactly why. And when I managed to return, I find that you've abandoned everything. I couldn't take it anymore. It was not your decision. Do you want to forget me? Go for it. Do you not want to see me ever again? Perfect. But to question my word because of your games, even putting myself in danger, after everything that was going on during my time out of town, I will not allow it. I'm not going with you. I'm not leaving. I've decided to stay with Thomas. What does Thomas think about this situation? Anybody want to ask Thomas his thoughts? At that moment, Seth turns his head towards me. His look had changed. From what it looked like patronizing to a look of disgust I'd never felt in my life. Thomas, isn't it? Yeah. I want to talk to you. Emily tried to stop him, but Seth refused. I want to talk to Thomas alone, Emma. If you want everybody to be this calm, go to the bedroom and wait until we finish talking. Shit, Thomas might want both of you to leave, yeah. Emily tried to resist, but she realized that the most logical thing to do at that point was to play along. Seth grabbed my shoulder and led me into the kitchen as he poured himself a glass of water. How'd she convince you to live with me? Did she tell you she was ill? Did she deduce you enough for you to ask her? She was afraid of you. She saw you on the street a few months ago looking for her. She didn't want to be found. And you believed her? I was the bad guy according to... What did you call her? Ah, yes, Emily. I didn't know what to say. I was a direct witness. I knew what was going on. Seth wanted to take her against her will. Seth was the one who had been harassing Emily. But I admit that I had a lot of unanswered questions. Seth, I don't know what happened between you and Emily. And to a certain extent, I don't care. She now wants to leave everything behind. Here. Why do you want to make this more complicated than it needs to be? Do you think I'm the one complicating everything? Every word that came out of Seth's mouth confused me more and more. I knew that Emily had a difficult life, and when she ran away, she had received help from Seth in that park. But what if everything she had told me about Seth wasn't like that? Thomas, one question before you continue. Did Emily stay in the bedroom all that time? Didn't she go out to try and get Seth to leave? I admit I am quite confused, but yes. At that moment, Emily came out of the bedroom. What do you want, Seth? What's your agenda? Thomas has been the only one who's helped me without expecting anything in return. Nothing at all. Is that right, Thomas? Seth looked at me again. Challenging. My mind was racing, looking for any word that may change his mind. However, those words never came. What do you want us to do, Seth? To leave our whole lives behind just to follow your whims? I don't care about your life. What about mine? Do you think that for a couple of moments of sympathy you already owe me? You decided to take part in my business. You know that wasn't free. And now I can't trust you. Even though I've given you everything you have, you betray me like that. At that moment, Seth grabbed Emily's arm and forced her to go with him. They walked through the door of my apartment while Emily was trying to get away from Seth. Not quite knowing what to do, and trying to release all the rage I felt inside of me. Hi, Bobby. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? Oh my god, how was Elden Ring? How's it going? Yeah, welcome in, Raiders. Hope you had a good time with Elden Ring. Did you win? Did you win? And also thank you for the follow, even. It was tough time to relax. Yeah. So I'm hearing Emily was involved in his business that she called gang stuff she didn't really know about. Yeah. It does sound like she completely fucking lied about that, dude. I only got one word out of my mouth. Seth. Seth, surprised, quickly turned to me. At that very moment, as Seth had lost his focus, Emily managed to break free. Quickly, Emily ran to the end of the corridor and went up the stairs. Yeah, I don't know if this is a good game to relax to. This is it's kind of a little bit dark. It's a little bit dark. We're literally looking back into the past of somebody we killed, right? We're recollecting the memories of what happened before we killed them, basically. So I don't know. There's also some mentions of some like sexual assault kind of stuff. So if that stuff is not okay for you mentally, I totally 100% understand. It doesn't dive into anything. It's not graphic. It's not graphic at all. But it does touch on those subjects. So if that's something that makes you, really uncomfortable and you need to take care of your mental health, I completely understand. Just giving you guys a warning, just in case. So you can make the best decision for yourself. But yeah, it's not explicit or anything like that. Quickly, Emily ran up to the end of the corridor and went upstairs. What have you done? Seth's rage was increasing by the minute. Without batting an eye, he decided to go after Emily. I went after them. Upstairs, Seth was knocking on Emily's apartment door. You don't know what you're doing. I know I'm protecting her from you. Emily's no helpless little princess. Emily knew exactly what she was getting into when she started working in my business. You're talking about it all the time. What is this important thing that Emily was doing that she can't give up? I see you don't know anything about Emma's past. What exactly did she tell you? What'd she tell you about us or her job? She told me enough to know that you're not exactly an angel. She was trying to help other girls like her to move forward. Did she tell you how she did it? Do you know what she was doing to help them? I didn't know what to answer. I didn't want to hear a word Seth was telling me. How could I believe him? Emma helped girls like her, yes. To girls who want to be given substances to escape their lives. Oh shit, she was a drug dealer! Emma, you were incredibly original to describe your job. Honestly, I would have never thought of that. I didn't even know what to say. Emily was... I couldn't even think of the word. And she'd tell you what she did with the money from the girl she was helping last time? How do you think she's been able to rent this apartment and survive all this time? I'm not here to bring a two-bit drug dealer back to town. I'm here to take back what belongs to me. She's not yours, Seth. Who said she belongs to me? You want to tell him, Emma? Or would you prefer me to tell him? With each passing moment, at every word Seth uttered, and after every silence from Emily, or Emma, I made my whole world crumble. And in that desperation, I just wanted to know the truth. Tell me what? Emily fled town not because she was afraid of me. She knew perfectly well that she could have left me and I wouldn't have lifted a finger for her. She left the city because she stole a lot of money from. How'd you describe it, Emma? Yes, from the girls she helped. And that's not the worst of it. She accused me of being responsible for it all in front of my bosses. Bosses she met through me and whom I begged to give her a job. At that very moment, she opened the door. Just for a moment, Emily knew that Seth had his back to her, that he would be focused on talking to me, and that I would be paying attention to the door of her apartment. Quickly, I knocked Seth out. I still don't know how. I went inside Emily's apartment and we left Seth outside. Are you all right, Thomas? Emily, is it true? I don't care what your name is. That's the least of it. About the girls, about helping other girls. Was that true? Have you told me a single truth since we met? Thomas. Sorry. It is true that my name is Emma. But I'd rather you didn't call me that. And it is true that I sold that for rich girls. But I was really trying to help them, Thomas. You know what I went through with my parents? I understood them better than anyone else. When he asked me to sell to them, and others saw in me someone they could trust. Thanks to me, they knew what they were doing, and I even tried to make sure that what I provided was their last choice. Emily, I don't know what to say. I want to believe you, but it's not much better than what Seth told me. Sometimes things are neither black or white. I know I've had to do horrible things to survive. To be able to find what I really love. Photography. You. My heart at that moment did not know what to do. Just like the day she pulled the gun. Now I felt even though I was hearing something horrible from her own lips, I could only feel that Emily had struggled to keep going. How could I judge her? What about the money? Seth told me that you had stolen a lot from your business. And then pinned it on him. Those are lies, Thomas. If it were true, I would just tell you, just as I told you everything. Nuh-uh. I don't believe shit that you're saying, man. I don't believe jack shit that you're saying. Seth doesn't deserve good things in this world. He's using me as a scapegoat in his boss's eyes. The same bosses that are looking for him to get their money back. That's why I left town. I knew that if he came back, you'd want to use me so that all the blame for his shady business would fall on me. Who else would they believe? The newly arrived girl from a wealthy family who was barely making the sales they demanded? Or Seth, who had been by their side for a decade? His plan from the beginning was for me to take the fall. I'd seen Emily all that time. She did not wear expensive clothes. Her computer was really modest. Even her camera, which was almost part of herself, was halfway between an amateur and a professional one. If she had stolen so much money, where do you think it's going, dude? How do you think she's paying the rent, brother? Wouldn't I have seen it somewhere? Wouldn't she have spent some of that money on herself? I believe you, Emily. Oh, brother. Oh my God, dude. Emily's look went from worried to smiling. Like that little moment of calm before the storm. What do we do now? I have a plan. Immediately, Emily pulled a pistol from her waistband. The same one she pointed at me in the cafe. You mean her apartment and the gun and the suspicious vials? Yeah, I know, dude. I know. I fucking know, dude. Are you gonna kill him? If there's no other choice. At that very moment, Seth managed to force the apartment door open. Seth's magnificent figure positioned himself in the center of Emily's living room. You have one last chance, Emma. Every time you say, oh, brother, think of the meme audio of, oh, brother, this guy stinks. That's literally what I'm thinking of when I say it. I am the epitome of that guy right now. What is it, Thomas? What happened when Seth entered Emily's apartment? I remember how it all turned out, but I can't recall exactly what happened at that time. Other times when you've tried to remember this, you told me that you tried to confront Seth in one way or another. But you never disclosed any details. I think my mind is starting to become a bit clearer. Ooh, I stepped between Emily and Seth or I was knocked unconscious. Tough choice, tough choice. I say I was knocked unconscious. If you decide to come with me, no one needs to get hurt. Seth, you have a chance too. You know Emily wasn't the one who took the money. Oh, I see. You're already aware of the little princess's version. So, who has it? Has the dog eaten it? Seth, if you screwed up on a boss's assignment or your greed made you lose it, it's none of my business. What do you think the bosses will do when they see you with me? Even if they believe you, you still have the same problem. I was your responsibility in their eyes. The best thing we can do, both of us, is to disappear. Are you still doing the bottom route? For the most part. I'm kind of just like going with the vibe. Great timing. You're way ahead of me in that you already have a house and a husband. But for me, that's not enough. At that moment, Seth pounced on Emily. I tried to get in between Emily and Seth, but Seth slammed me against the table like it was nothing. And at that moment, everything went dark. When did you regain consciousness, Thomas? Well, after hearing the gunshot. Seth's body laying on the ground, lifeless. Blood was spreading around his chest. Emily remained motionless. She continued wielding the weapon that had ended Seth's life, as if she could not get over what she had just done. Then why did the therapist say that we killed him? That's what I want to know. The therapist said that we killed Seth. Why did you kill Seth, is what the therapist said. But clearly in our memories and in our recollections, it was self-defense from Emily. So, this has to be Emily in a trench coat. Taking a person's life. A person who wanted to take hers. Someone who wanted to drag her to a fate that in the worst case scenario could cost her her life. But at the end of the day, killing someone in any case, mentally, it is the same. Imagine this is like a kind of Total Recall and Thomas was a sleeping agent and therapist hypnotizing to be with Emily and undercover, all of this. Whoa. Huge. Huge if true. Thomas, for the first time, you've managed to tell me in detail how Seth died. I think we're making progress. Yes, I think I'm starting to clear my memories too. I think I'm ready, Noah. Are you sure? I also don't want to put pressure on you when we've made so much progress. Yes. I think I'm ready to tell you how I killed Emily. You don't look too well, Thomas. Do you want to stop for a while? Yeah, that would be great. All of that, Seth's corpse on the ground, I will never forget that. The smell of gunpowder still lingered in the air, blood flowing from the wound. Luckily, I've never had to live with something like that, Thomas. Many people have been through this practice looking for a way to forget similar situations, to be able to move forward. I'm not gonna lie, these are not easy memories for someone to assimilate. And I knew that he deserved it. I knew that as long as he lived, he would be Emily's downfall. But deep down, I feel I had to save him somehow. You thinking like that, as horrible as Seth was, just means you're human. Yes, I know, but if you had thought otherwise, it would be a clear symptom of psychopathy. So I wouldn't read too much into that, Thomas. Of course you didn't want him to die. Not for him to be murdered. But because your instinct for human preservation prevails over any psychological disorder. You're right. If I keep looking for more answers, I'm going to end up going crazy. And even more so when the reason is more than clear. Besides, from everything you've been telling me now, there are things I don't quite understand. The first is, why, when you saw Seth, didn't you call the police? I don't know. It's true that after spending the morning with Kate, my cell phone had run out of battery. At that moment, I had checked my cell phone just before. Immediately afterwards, it ran out of power. That's why I hadn't checked the cameras remotely either. Now it makes sense why you didn't look at the cameras from your cell phone before entering Emily's apartment. But what happened, Thomas? It is true that there's something that prevents me from telling you why I didn't call the police. As if I was justifying something I could have avoided. As if it wasn't exactly like that. Maybe you're still thinking about how you could have prevented Seth's death? I guess. I don't know. But I think what really kept me from calling the police was that I didn't think it was necessary. Your cell had ran out of battery, Thomas. How are you going to do it anyway? Well, that's true. But although it's just a vague memory, I think the real reason I didn't feel it was necessary to call... Maybe you thought you could control the situation? That you could convince Seth? I guess so. Although looking back, it may have been somewhat absurd. The truth is, although you didn't manage to convince him, you and Seth were talking quite a bit. More than I'd imagined when I started learning about your case. At first, Seth was quite elusive, but as time went on, let's just say he was more interested in talking to me. Did you believe everything he told you about Emily? Actually, I guess deep down, I knew it. What do you mean? Emily had told me she'd gotten her job because of Seth. That's why the second time we met, I insisted that she had to give it all up. Because no matter how much she denied it, it was clear she was involved in something dirty. Was a high obedient. Did you know that Emily had been lying all that time? What else could she do? Tell me he was selling illegal substances to girls in upper-class neighborhoods? Well, I guess she told me the truth as much as she could tell me. Although ignoring many of the most important parts. Not to mention that it would not have been something her bosses would approve. I doubt they would let her speak openly about his activities. So, when I heard about it, even though I was shocked, and I even began to doubt everything she had told me, I didn't want to blame her for all of that either. It wasn't fair. What about the money? How could she possibly steal all of that money with their standard of living? I mean, maybe she fucking put it in a savings, dude. Not everybody who steals money immediately blows all of the fucking money, dude. Maybe she was trying to be smart with it. I could never believe that. It didn't make sense to you, did it? If she had gotten enough money to put Seth in danger, wouldn't there have been at least some whim or something out of tune with her meager income? Emily's camera was old, perfect for a beginner who was just starting out as a professional. The computer she was working with, I had to buy some parts myself to make it work a little better. What Seth said made no sense at all. Maybe he just wanted you to take his side. Yes, completely. In the end, if he had convinced me of all of that, it would have been really easy for him to take Emily. About Emily, or Emma's relationship with Seth. Seth repeated quite a few times that he didn't care about Emily. What did you think of all of it? That Emily knew much more than she had told? I'm sure Emily knew Seth was looking for her, but not because of an obsession with her. He was looking for her because he knew what had happened. By the time I met Emily, Seth had already been exiled from the city. She continued with her activities, and now I understand why she didn't change her lifestyle. She was most likely being watched. Having every single movement tracked. It all starts to make sense after all. Yes. After pointing that gun at me, I understand she wanted to force things. Escape from all of that somehow. That's why she moved to a friend's house and later on changed cities. And having started using another identity was surely helpful. Yes. Emily, in the end, was still a victim who wanted to escape her own fate. Speaking of escape, Thomas, why do you think Emily went straight up to her apartment when she was able to get away from Seth? Because she wanted the gun, obviously. Why not go directly to the street? Why not try to be in a public space to stop Steph from doing something? The only thing I can think of, it was clear to me that the only option was how it all ended. After all, what could the police have done for her? They'd already failed him. Even her contacting the police in the old city, everything had been for nothing. Do you think that when she saw Seth, he already knew what to do? I think it was already clear to me even when I met Emily in that coffee shop. I don't see that you're too surprised, Thomas. It's the only thing that makes sense for me right now. If she had run away and escaped to another city, she would eventually ended up the same way. Living in fear is not something I wish for anyone. But she could be arrested. She had killed a person. Who's gonna look for Seth? In the end, he was a criminal on police record. If he had ended up riddled with bullets in the street, it's not like they were gonna spend too much time on him. Even so, I'm surprised it all ended so quickly. What do you mean? Emily knew exactly what she had to do, but in just a moment she decided to pull the trigger. Even if it was an understandable and a rational thing to do, it still surprises me that she could do it. Do you think Emily's attitude was cold when she shot Seth? When Emily shot Seth, I was already unconscious. But I find it hard to believe that Emily was shooting Seth with a smile on her face. Such an experience is never pleasant, even if you had gone through what Emily went through. When I regained consciousness, Emily was still holding the gun, completely still. It seemed that she had not yet been able to recover from what she'd just done. Her face showed horror. What she had to do, forced by her past, now it was taking its toll. And that's why I think that, although it seems like it didn't take her too long to pull the trigger, Emily died a little inside right then and there. Let's continue, if you'd like, where we left off. Since this is the last moment, we have to go over everything that happened. Tell me how, finally, because of Seth's death, according to what you told me at the beginning, you were responsible for Emily's death. We finally reaching the end, brother? We finally reaching the end? The accident. Emily couldn't stop staring at Seth's corpse. I was still paralyzed because of the hit. But little by little, I was starting to recover. I got up and got close to Emily. Emily, are you okay? As if waking up from a dream, Emily blinked fast and looked at me. Yes. It's all over, Emily. So it seems. Would you like to sit down for a moment? Right in front of the fucking corpse? Emily looked back at me, disoriented. While whispering, she could barely accept my suggestion. Yes. We moved to the couch and calmly began to talk. Next to the dead body? You don't want to move apartments? You want to get out the way? Do you want to talk? No. Don't worry, Thomas. The gun was still in her hands. Don't worry, because I won't leave any witnesses. Clinging to it, as if she had fused with it the moment she pulled the trigger. Do you want me to put that gun away? Yes, sorry. I didn't remember that I still had it. Emily left the gun on the table next to the couch, and without warning, got back to reality from the shock. Thomas, we have to think about what we're gonna do. Neighbors must have heard the shot. And it won't be long until the police arrive. I guess we should also call and tell the truth. Emily was blank, as if I had said something forbidden, as if I was condemning her. We're not gonna do that, Thomas. You have to get rid of the body. I confess that even now, I find it very hard to believe what happened. As if it was all a film instead of my own life. What are you talking about, Emily? What do you mean? You want us to hide everything and pretend nothing happened? Yes. Seth has already destroyed my life once. Emma's life. It was as if it was a visual novel. Yeah. Why should I let him destroy Emily's life now? Because you killed him. You shot a gun at him. I have an honest job and an apartment. A life detached from the past I don't want to remember. Well, he's currently bleeding out in said apartment, so I think you're kind of past that now. I have you. Whoa. Let's not go that far. I don't want my world turned upside down. But hadn't you talked to the police? They knew this could happen. Actually, Thomas, the person I was talking to was not really a police officer. What did I fucking say? What did I say? I told you they weren't a real police officer. I fucking told you she made that shit up. I had to sit down at that time. Each passing moment of that day, it was a moment I wanted to forget forever. Have you been lying to me when you said that you were talking to the police? Not exactly. Since Seth left, I have been talking to one of my contacts at the police headquarters. A contact from my old job. He is a policeman. I told him about my situation, and he was the one who updated me on what was going on with Seth. Because of his relationship with my former boss, he was the one who told me that if he knew anything, he would let me know. Oh, God, dude. Ugh. I can't imagine how you must have felt listening to Emily. Sorry. I guess time heals everything. And now I'm living all of it again. It helps me to get through it. So you helped her? I hesitated a lot. I didn't know what to do. Don't you remember well what happened? Everything's so confusing. But I think I do remember what happened. I wanted her to talk to the police. I thought you trusted me. You've been living in my house. I even put myself in danger because of you. And now you tell me all of this? I don't know what to say. This will get even more complicated if you go on like this. Do you want to be a fugitive all your life? Would you drag me with you? Thomas, you don't know what I've been through. You have no right to lecture me on what is right and what is wrong. Motherfucker, you killed someone. And you're living with me. What do you... Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Call the police. I don't intend to lecture you. You were asking me to help you. I can't even say it. We're both in this... Nuh-uh. You're not pinning this shit on me. It's not just about me. It's to protect both of us. Are you listening to yourself, Emily? What do you expect me to do? Have the police show up in a few moments and confess that I killed Seth? Yes. Confess that it was self-defense. You get a lighter sentence that way because it's just clearly self-defense. You dragged us into this. I know. It kind of is all about you, though. I know. That I used to sell drugs? Yes. The alternative is to be on the run for your whole life, Emily. Thomas, I'm sorry. I know it's not fair to involve you in all of this. What are you going to do? I can't let all of this destroy me. I have to go, Thomas. When the police come, tell them what happened. The gun doesn't have your fingerprint on it. You don't have any gunpowder residue. Tell them what you know. I'll be long gone. Are you sure this is what you want? I think so. Thank you for all your help, really. At that moment, we looked at each other for a few seconds. I understood what Emily wanted to do, but I could not destroy my life for all of that. I wish you the very best, Emily. I'll call the police in 10 minutes. With a bit of luck, you'll have about 30 minutes until they get here. I'll miss you. I won't. Get the fuck out of here. Leave. I went down to my apartment, waiting for those minutes to go by before leaving all of that behind. I sat on the couch in my apartment. I searched through my pockets to find my cell phone. I connected the charger, and incredibly quickly, the cell phone started ringing. It was Kate. Thomas! I've been calling you, but you didn't answer. Did something happen? Oh my god, Kate, you are not gonna fucking believe this, dude. You are not. Oh my god. I won't. You have made my life objectively worse. Yeah. I want to know how it went with Emily. Oh, so about that. She may have killed her ex-lover, and everything I knew about her was a lie. And then she asked me to bury the body with her, but I told her I wouldn't do that. So now she's running away, and I'm about to call the police to tell them about the murder. So we'll have to reschedule our hangout session. Sorry, Kate. After everything that happened, I had completely forgotten that I had seen Kate in the morning, telling her about a problem that now, directly, it stopped making sense. I'm fine, Kate. Just... At that moment, I realized something Kate had reminded me of. Emily. The baby. Sorry, Kate. I have to hang up. Of course. I ran out of my apartment and up the stairs. I banged on Emily's door, desperate. Emily! It's me! Emily opened the door, with caution. She didn't want to open it completely, but my desperation made me rush into her apartment. What is it, Thomas? I don't have much time. I looked at Emily, and I was reminded of hours before that she had turned my life upside down. In any case, I couldn't leave the baby behind. Oh my fucking god! Emily, what about the baby? I could barely speak. The adrenaline, the feeling that at any moment everything would be over. But Emily knew exactly what I was talking about. I have no choice, Thomas. I'm gonna have it. For a few seconds, we didn't know what to say. But before I could say anything, I personally, I don't think the baby's real. I think the baby's fake. She took the lead. What do you want me to do? Have it in jail? Please, I don't have much time left. You can hide. Tell me where you'll be. To be able to meet him or her. Help and everything. Unless you gave up your life, you know it would be dangerous. You would become my accomplice. A fugitive? And we both know that. You don't want that. Let alone knowing how you feel about Kate. I want to be part of the baby's life, Emily. Nah, bro, just cut your ties. Just don't even bother, man. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. Just don't. So I had to give up on mine? My freedom? And all because of him? Emily pointed at Seth's lifeless body. Our eyes met for a brief moment. And just like that, I knew there was nothing I could do. At that moment, I don't know what came over me. I started yelling at her. Emily! I will not allow you to drag my child into a life like yours. I don't get paid enough for this. I don't care how much you have suffered. This goes beyond what's between you and Seth. This is about a new life which does not deserve your past. Or your mistakes. Okay, thanks for the hydrate and the stretch, yeah. Let me drink my water. Emily's gaze was changing with each moment I yelled at her. Her contempt, little by little, turned to rage. And finally, impotence. I'm sorry, Thomas. The decision's been made. Emily grabbed her backpack with which she was packing and ran up the stairs. I started running after her. Now I couldn't let her leave. She left the block of the buildings, and as she was crossing the road, I grabbed her arm in the middle of the roadway. It was only an instant, but that instant, it was enough so that finally, she was hit by a car. Isekai'd! It was not my intention, but whether out of selfishness, whether it was for anything else, if it had simply let her go, now Emily and the baby could have survived. Her body laid lifeless on the roadway, emotionless, knowing that everything she had suffered up until now, in the end, it had been in vain. Damn, couldn't be me. Although, what is it, Thomas? I think... Did something different happen? Noah, I think... Are you all right, Thomas? Do you want to rest? I'm not okay, but I think I'm starting to remember everything now. It was not Emily who suffered the accident. The person who suffered the accident. It was me. What the fuck? What the fuck? Huh? Are we the dead one? Is that why this fucking therapist is so horrible? Is that why our therapist is so fucking dog shit because she's in our mind? Is it true, Noah? Please. Am I going crazy? We were Emily. Plot twist. Thomas Uno reverse the reverse. I know. We're pregnant. Holy shit. Am I going crazy? Who was run over, Noah? You're right, Thomas. You suffered the accident. I remember. I have the headache. What were you doing to me, Noah? Why did I remember all of that? Why was I justifying everything Emily did to me? Thomas, you were the one who chose to forget everything. Little by little, I began to remember everything. Why I was there. And that moment I realized it had not gone as I planned. It's true that I'd met Emily, but it hadn't been the way I was telling Noah. I met Emily at a coffee shop, although it wasn't as serendipitous as I first imagined. Although her absent-mindedness in showing me the gun she carried in her purse alarmed me, I did not ask to work remotely because of Emily. In those days, I was already looking for a way to move closer to Kate. Something that, in our very first conversation, I had told her. Months later, I ran into her buying a Brad Sanders book. A new coincidence. Although on that day I met the real Emily. An Emily I tried to convince that I wanted nothing to do with her. An Emily who ended up shooting me in a nearby alley in a fit of rage. See, I was thinking it fucking looked like him. I was like, damn, that's crazy that the guy who got fucking shot and killed was him. What is the story? I know, dude. That's how I met James, the police officer who was handling my case. What the fuck is this ending? Weeks earlier, a small-time dealer had been found in a nightclub riddled with bullets. Ballistics confirmed that both the shots fired by the dealer and the one I had received were shot from the same weapon. The dealer's name was Seth. I was told that they knew who was responsible, a certain Emma, but that it would be difficult to arrest her if I didn't cooperate with them. I said he didn't look like a gang member. Emma had become obsessed with me, just as she had previously become obsessed with Seth. They discovered pictures of me all over the place in her own. See, I told you she was a stalker. I fucking told you she was a stalker. What did I say? From the very fucking beginning, I was like, she clearly was stalking his ass. Her computer had documents with the places where I ate and the places I used to frequent. Emma, knew everything about me. She had become obsessed with me. And the worst part is that I didn't know why. I flatly refused the police officer's proposal. I wanted to forget the whole thing. Besides, I was just about to move in with my girlfriend. With Kate. But everything changed when I discovered Emily in the apartment above mine in the new city. As I found out later, she had been boycotting the apartments Kate and William were going to see, forcing them to finally end up renting the one she had planned earlier. When I first saw her, I didn't know what to do. I told you she did it on fucking purpose. I told you that was not a coincidence. I told you. I see the red flags. I see them. You see how fucking big my eyes are? You see how fucking big my eyes are? That's what I'm using to see the situation. I went down to my apartment, told Kate and William, and quickly called Officer James, the one who had handled the whole case. He convinced me that they could not arrest her yet. They didn't have enough evidence to accuse her of everything she had done. Oh my fucking god, bro. Police are useless sometimes. I'm sorry, it's fucking true, dude. I ended up collaborating and approaching her. She was obsessed with me and they just needed me to gain her trust. And that way I could get into her apartment and find the evidence I needed. But all that took a toll on us. Me and Kate. The night of the move, following the police officer's advice, I invited Emily to dinner. What we didn't imagine was that she would slip sleeping pills into our drinks. I fucking told you she drugged them. I told you she drugged them. Oh my fucking god. I'm so fucking big brain, dude. I'm so fucking big brain. I told you she fucking drugged all of them. And so finally, to make me believe that I'd spent the night with her, although thanks to the fact that I left my cell phone recorder on all night in my room, we found out that it was a lie. I told you she made it up too. I told you. Did I not fucking say? Did I not say all of this earlier? Did I not completely fucking call all of this? Did I not in fact say all of this happened? I'm so giga-brain, dude. I'm massively giga-brain. Oh my god. Should have wore black or purple. Even so, my relationship with Kate gradually worsened. And the day I told her that Emily told me she was pregnant, it was not easy for Kate. The police had tapped all of Emily's communications. And before Emily said anything to me, we already knew that she had bought a positive predictor on a shady internet forum. I told you she faked it too! I told you! Oh my god, I told you, the baby ain't even real. The baby isn't even real, man. I told you she faked that so she could baby trap him. I knew it. I could smell that stink off of her. I knew it. I called all of this. But even though it wasn't true, that ended up pushing Kate and me farther and farther apart. Finally, I had a chance to get into Emily's house, as I knew she kept a key in the hallway in case hers lost. I went inside and I found a box where she kept all of the evidence. And most importantly, the gun that linked her to Seth's death and to the gunshot I had received. I called James quickly. And in less than half an hour, James arrived at Emily's apartment. He told me not to go up to Emily's apartment for any reason. If she had a gun and felt cornered, we knew she would not hesitate to use it. But when James arrived, everything went wrong. Emily killed him at point-blank range. When I heard the gunshot, I rushed up to the apartment, disobeying James' orders. I saw Emily with the gun in her hand and James' lifeless body on the ground. I tried to reason with Emily, but after a few seconds, Emily apologized to me and started to raise the gun to shoot me. I quickly ran down the hallway. Emily's bullets whistled around me. But fate is cruel. And while crossing the road, I saw Emily. I knew everything was lost. I begged her not to shoot. But finally, a car with a distracted driver ended up running me over. My bro got isekai'd. And that's when I had the accident that left me bedridden, with the only possibility of being able to move the eyes. Noah, as you may have already noticed, the treatment had not worked. Do you want to wake up? Yes. I need to rest for a while. My muscles gradually went numb, and I could barely move my eyes. The only thing I could feel was Kate next to me. Thomas, don't worry. Don't try to talk. Remember that you're not in the simulation with Noah now. I know it didn't go the way we thought it would, but don't worry. We'll try again tomorrow. I love you, Thomas. And it was actually all, and it was all a dream. And it was all a dream. The end. Are you fucking Matrix my ass, dude? Holy shit. That's crazy. That's crazy. Every single moment of life is important to us. An imprint whose memory leaves an indelible mark. And for those whom the past is everything, why let them suffer when there is a solution? Remind is a technology company that proposes something very simple. Modify your memories as much as possible so the patient can achieve the desired result. So that's why she was purposely trying to manipulate my memories. She was purposely trying to manipulate my memories. That's why she was acting so fucking weird. Because I was like, what the fuck is wrong with her? Yeah. We offer terminally ill patients a solution so they can live their last moments as they would have wanted. How does it work? It is not possible to modify the mind at will. Each patient must undergo a cognitive assimilation process. We will start from the original memory that caused the treatment, and we will work from that point. Thanks to Remind's cognitive recognition AI, Noah will be guided by the patient's memories. The selective memories will be modified enough so the desired end can be reached. We want to emphasize the following concept. We cannot erase or modify memories at will. The mind quickly detects when such radical actions are taken and the system is destabilized. Through the Remind treatment, we let the patient, together with our guide Noah, choose the substitute memories. Memories that, although different from the original ones, are sufficiently truthful and believable for the patient's subconscious, being able to assimilate all of the induced memories and assume them to be true. Once the first phase, cognitive assimilation of the substitute memories, is over, we move on to the second phase. The patient would be plunged into an induced coma, and his mind would be linked to the Remind servers. At least Noah wasn't just a dog shit therapist. Yeah, I know, dude. We were like, what is wrong with her? Why is she doing this? She's leading him into the... It's like, oh, it's intentional. She's intentionally doing all of this. I was about to report her ass to the fucking board. Remind, a life with you. Do you want to start treatment? That's crazy, bro. I'm so glad I got to have my last moments being gaslit for 2 months. Absolute cinema? Question mark? It doesn't have this kind of twist of actually you were dating your stalker. Yeah, I do appreciate, I guess, a little bit that, like, we weren't ever actually dating her. I guess there is that, but it's also like, Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Jesus. Fucking hell, man. And there's 2 endings. There's 2 endings that are supposed to complement each other. So supposedly, in order to get the full 100% truth of everything that happened and to fully comprehend, like, the actual truth of the situation, is you get both endings. We are just gonna play this one ending. If you want to get the other ending, then you will have to buy the game yourself. You'll have to get the game yourself. Here, let me yoink the link off of Steam. Because the game is available. The game is available. You can, in fact, get the game. Let me see. Yeah, it's on sale. It is $8.24, so it's less than $10. There you go. For those of you who are watching on YouTube, I have the link to the game in the description. There you go. If you guys want to check it out, if you guys want to wishlist it too, that helps support the indie dev who made this. Wish lists go a long way if you can't afford to buy a game. Totally understandable. But you guys should seek out the second ending so you can understand the full truth of everything. But yeah, this was fun. It was a lot of fun, but also it was driving my blood pressure up, man. It was absolutely driving my fucking blood pressure up. That was yeah, it was fucking crazy. Yeah, even in our mind and our dreams, we're like, I don't want to date her. Yeah. I was angry a lot there. Yeah, me too, dude. I was getting so frustrated. I was like, why is everybody just going along with this? Oh man, how would they tie up that story? Only one way to find out, I suppose. But yeah. Thank you so much to Tortita Studios for the game key and for emailing me, asking me to play. It was a really interesting game, a really interesting concept. And I feel like you can tell they put a lot of like love and effort into it, but also I fucking called all of that shit. I called all of that shit. You cannot escape my eye. BP over 130 type of relationship. Yeah, it was whew, not a game to play for those with high blood pressure already, man. No, I'm good. I don't want to be gaslighting my mind out. Yeah, what a mind fuck, dude. That was a mind freak. I don't like how it was trying to paint Emily in a sympathetic light when she was being abhorrent, and then in the end it was actually just, yeah, actually she is a monster. It was crazy. I was like, what is everybody doing? I was like, what are they doing? Brother, what? I was so confused at where they were going with it. But yeah, crazy story. But yeah, we're gonna raid out. So let's see who is online right now. Who up? There is Nox is playing Peak. We've got who else? Genshin Impact. Oh my god, it's been so long since I played Genshin Impact. You know what? Oh, you know what? Jeffy's streaming. Maybe we'll raid Jeffy. Jeffy is playing Battlefield 6. Yeah, I think we'll raid Jeffy. There we go. All right. So we're gonna raid Jeffy. Tomorrow is movie night. We're watching more of Uma Musume Season 3. So if you guys want to pop in and watch more of the Horse Girl anime with us, feel free to pop in and do that. So yeah, hopefully I will see you guys tomorrow in the Discord for anime night. But if not, no worries. I'll see you when I see you. I hope you guys have a wonderful, wonderful night. And good night.